Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to your favorite show on the internet, Raw Law Traveling Unfiltered, with your favorite host of all time, the DUI Guy Plus. That is me. Today, we are continuing in the Karen Reed murder trial. Folks, as you can see, I am obviously traveling. I am not in my home office. And we are going to be going for a ride today. So I don't know how this is going to play out. I hope it's going to be fine. And I hope that this is going to all work out. I'm just making sure that the stream is going to be stable. But I don't know. I guess we'll see. If my internet starts going in and out, that's the only issue I perceive happening. But otherwise, I think we're gonna be totally good. Yeah. Are you guys excited? We got my only fan going on. I hear like little talk in the background. I hear like little chatter in the background. Here we go. Court started. Court is late and gay, as always.
22-117 Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Counsel and Your Honor, just for your information, at this very second, FTR is not running. Ms. King is the official anyways, and she is on the record.
Okay. All right.
What's FTR?
Good morning. So we're here on the Commonwealth's renewed motion. Can we turn off one of those air conditioners, please? The Commonwealth's renewed motion for reciprocal discovery and the motion to exclude the defendant's newly provided expert, Dr. Marie Russell. I will hear you on your motion, Mr. Lally.
Morning, Your Honor.
Oh, I'll hear you, Ms. McLaughlin.
Essentially, the Commonwealth is just seeking that the defendant produce what the Commonwealth is entitled to under Rule 14 and what every criminal defendant in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts must produce to the prosecution. It was not until the day prior to trial on April 15, 2024, that the defendant provided notice of all their experts. During impanelment, the Commonwealth filed a renewed motion for reciprocal discovery, and the defendant was ordered within a week to produce the expert opinion testimony that the Commonwealth is entitled to. We are now entering, I believe, week 8 of the trial. The Commonwealth has not received any intended expert opinions, anything that those experts, any written reports, opinions, or anything that those experts have based their opinions on. Essentially, the defendant's strategic decisions not to retain their own expert, but rather rely on the U.S. Attorney's Office investigation does not alleviate them or relieve them from their Rule 14 obligations. As it pertains to Dr. Marie Russell, the Commonwealth did not receive notice that she's an intended expert until about week 6 of the trial on May 21st, and it wasn't until May 30th that the defendant provided a brief synopsis of what her expected testimony would be. Essentially, and looking at the balancing tests set forth by the case law, the Commonwealth was extremely surprised by this disclosure, and further, the Commonwealth would put that the delay.
Oh, extremely surprised. Give me a break.
The defendant's delayed decisions to produce reciprocal discovery is in bad faith. It is intended to ambush the Commonwealth and conduct a trial by surprise. We are still receiving reciprocal discovery over the weekend.
Are you joking?
Additional photographs.
The government does this all the time.
The Commonwealth is extremely prejudiced by these delayed disclosures. So
she doesn't believe the own words coming out of her mouth.
The exclusion of Dr. Russell is really the only remedy that's appropriate given that we are in week 8 of the trial. The Commonwealth cannot seek a continuance. The Commonwealth is sort of has their hands tied with how to effectively prepare for cross-examination of that witness as well as all the other witnesses. We don't have any materials. We don't know what the experts' precise opinions are and what they were testified to. And it's essentially, it is in bad faith and there's no less severe sanction. So the Commonwealth moved to exclude Dr. Russell. And at this point, we're essentially just seeking the reciprocal discovery that the Commonwealth is entitled to be able to effectively prepare cross-examination of these witnesses so late in the game. Thank you very much.
All right, who's arguing this for the defendant?
There's no mic at council table, so I'm going to go to the podium with the court's permission.
Yes.
We need to be heard on this.
That's why we're here, Mr. Yannetti.
Thank you. I'd like to start with the most outrageous and false assertion that the Commonwealth made in its motion.
Can I just ask you, there's no jury here. Can I just ask you how long this is going to take?
Between 5 and 10 minutes.
Okay.
tops.
Because I don't need, the hyperbole.
Oh, for the love of God, Beth,
I
shut
need
the
to
fuck
make
up.
my argument in the way that I think is most effective for my client. I will keep this brief and succinct, but I have points to make that I need to put on record.
Okay, and I'm the person you are trying to convince,
Understand.
correct?
I understand that. The Commonwealth, in a public filing, wrote the following on page 3 of its motion. Quote, during a pretrial hearing on February 15th, when asked by the court whether there was any dispute about a canine's involvement or canine DNA, Attorney Yannetti indicated no, and that the defense was not pursuing such claim. I was astounded to read that for 2 reasons. First of all, it is false. It is a lie. Second, the Commonwealth has knowingly lied about something where it's easily verifiable that they lied. We pulled the tape from February 15th.
I don't have that.
I'm sorry?
I don't have that in my motion.
It's on page 3, Your Honor.
I have the Commonwealth's renewed motion for reciprocal discovery, a motion to exclude defendant's expert, Dr. Marie Russell. I don't see your name at all, Mr. Yannetti. I'm on page 3.
I'm sorry, it's not page 3, it's page 4. My apologies. My name is right there on page 4. It says exactly what I just argued to the court.
What if you could do SEO smarter and faster?
Oh, shoot.
With
What the
Wix,
hell?
you can edit your meta tags.
Pretrial hearing on February 15th, exactly
Okay.
as I said.
Okay.
All right? We pulled the tape from that February 15th hearing. Here is what was actually said. This court asked me the following, quote, while we're talking about DNA, Mr. Yannetti, do we
My
need to be
case match
concerned about
doesn't have
canine
premium.
DNA? Where do we stand with that? I replied, no, I think this is the only outstanding DNA issue. The court then replied, okay, so all right, we're not dealing with canine DNA. And I said, no. There is nothing in there, contrary to what the Commonwealth has represented to this court in a public filing, that I said there was no canine involvement. There is nothing in there, contrary to what the canine represented to this court and to the public, that the defense was not pursuing such a claim. Can you imagine the nerve of the Commonwealth to spend that interaction?
This is the hyperbole I don't need. Could you please get to the point?
Your Honor,
We've got a
of course.
jury coming in 15 minutes.
I understand, but this is my integrity has been attacked. There have been allegations of bad faith that has been attacked, and I need to defend myself and my client. We were only discussing at that time whether canine DNA was still outstanding, and I succinctly replied, no. And they've spun that, or tried to spin that, into a claim that we're somehow waiving our right to argue that John O'Keefe's arm injuries were consistent with a dog attack. And I ask you, have they no shame? I'm sure it's not lost on this court that this false filing by the Commonwealth comes on the heels of their nefarious attempt to pass off an inverted video, a false video, before this good jury hearing this case. Never once during the direct examination of Sergeant Bukhenik Did they inquire or
He's so
mention the
biased.
fact that the video?
Can we please, all right, I'm going to stop you. Please
swear to
direct your
God.
comments to
Has she
Rule
lost her
14
freaking mind?
and the reciprocal discovery obligations that the defense has. That's what this
Oh
motion is. I
my
know you have a
God.
speech you want to make, Mr.
It's
Yannetti.
not a, Your Honor, it's most
It's not a
respectfully, it's
speech.
not a speech. It's
Okay,
a
For the
so-
love of God.
of
Are
being
you
alleged
serious?
to have committed bad
This
faith.
is
So you've moved on
insanity.
from that. So please
She
just
refuses
focus
to
on Rule
listen.
14. And let's do it in two separate parts. So you've changed, you're not calling Frank Sheridan,
No,
right?
we
You've
are
got,
calling Frank Sheridan.
all right, so you've got a new medical, Dr. Russell. We'll do that part of it separately. Tell me about what you've provided the Commonwealth on Chris Van E.
They've gotten his CV and they've gotten the substance of his opinion from us. And they've had that for a long time. And the court, I believe, has already suggested that voir dire will be done prior to his testimony.
All right, so it's starting to look like we might need a whole day of voir dire, and I'm trying to avoid that. So is the Commonwealth satisfied that you, when did you
If we
provide?
need a full day of voir dire, we need a
provide
full
any
day of voir dire,
reasons for
Judge.
The filing of the Commonwealth's motion, Mr. Yannetti.
Not on Mr. Vanny, no.
What does the Commonwealth have on Mr. Van E?
On Mr. Vanny, all the Commonwealth has is what's contained, the synopsis on page 2, the first full paragraph. We do not know what his opinions are. It says he'll testify regarding his opinions and conclusions about reconstruction and EDR data obtained in connection with this case. He'll testify to chronological data derived from the EDR, including key cycles and triggering events from the time period in question. I have no understanding or information about what chronological data he's going to testify to, what his ultimate opinions are, anything beyond that relatively vague synopsis that does not comply with Rule 14.
Okay.
Similarly, what's outlined in the rest of the motion, that's all the expert evidence the Commonwealth has received from the defense is contained within the Commonwealth's motion.
Okay. So the defense needs to provide, I'd suggest you listen, the defense needs to provide what chronological data Mr. Van E relied upon and exactly what his opinion is. All right, by the close of business tomorrow.
That's fine.
All right.
Okay, cool.
Now, regarding the 3 experts from ARCCA. So I've read that report. I can't tell who does what or what the basis of their opinion is. So what have you provided?
Your Honor, we've provided everything that we know. We've mentioned to this court at sidebar, these experts did not arise from us.
I
funding them.
understand that.
These experts were hired by the federal government, and they provided a report to us pursuant to the TUI request, and it was specifically outlined that and ruled that they could not prep with us for trial.
So I'm to believe that the defense is calling 3 witnesses that you've never spoken to and putting them on the stand here when
That's essentially it. We've spoken to them only for the purposes of coordination of their testimony and their background. That's it. We have not been able to interview them regarding their findings, which are outlined in detail in the reports that both sides have.
See, I don't see that as being, the report, I don't see that as being detailed. It leaves a lot of questions as the gatekeeper as to what they can testify to.
Well,
And you have not complied with your Rule 14
we
obligations.
can't, Your Honor.
So-
We can't.
So you can't, but you haven't. So I am left with you haven't complied. So we need to get everybody here for a voir dire. They can testify in a voir dire, right?
Yes.
We need to do that well in advance of their
Okay,
testimony.
that's fine, Your Honor.
All right?
Yep.
And now tell me about this ER doc. Is she an ER doc? I haven't seen her. She's not a pathologist,
Well,
correct?
she's a pathologist, but she has a lot of experience in an ER, which is why she has the experience of having seen dog scratches and dog bites and dog attacks.
All right, so this is not somebody that was involved in the federal investigation, correct?
Correct.
All right, so you need to provide immediately. I want a voir dire of her this week. So we can get her here Wednesday, and we want the other folks up here from Pennsylvania this week as well.
Okay, we'll make those.
From Pennsylvania this week as well.
Okay, we'll make those calls.
So we need to pick a day. How long do you expect the voir dire of each of these witnesses? If in fact the defense has not spoken to these witnesses from Pennsylvania about the nature of their opinion, you must want it too, to be able to question them. How long do you expect the voir dire of each of these witnesses to take? I went and told the jury last week, excuse me, last week that we were going to get them this case by the end of the month based on your representations, which included voir dires. It looks like at least a day of voir dire hearings here.
Yeah.
Yes.
She's going to make them voir dire all of their expert witnesses. Why is she making the Commonwealth voir dire all their expert witnesses? This is how biased Bev is. She's going to force the defense to prove that these experts have something of value to provide to the jury. Notice the jury is not seated in the courtroom.
At least with regard to the, of course, at least with regard to the ARCO witnesses, that's my co-counsel's bailiwick. He anticipates that unless there are, a substantial number of objections during the voir dire, he anticipates being able to accomplish that between 45 minutes to an hour with each of those three. With
Oh my
regard to
God.
Dr. Russell, we anticipate a half hour.
Not a full day, Bev. Not a full freaking day.
That's right.
You're only calling two? Which two? Are you calling the two that are certified as accident reconstructionists?
Doctors Richler and Wolf. Yes.
What happened to the sound? The sound is gone. Did the stream sound disappear? What happened? Did they? Oh, it's on the court's end. What the hell happened? I wonder what they did. Yeah, there's no sound. Well, that's strange. They completely shut off the sound. What the hell? This has not happened in 8 weeks of trial. What is going on here? Why did she turn the sound off? I have not seen this before in my life. Can you imagine watching the Johnny Depp trial and the sound just gets turned off all of a sudden? There's no sound anywhere. What the hell? Did like the cameraman in the courtroom? They finally had enough of transparency. Oh my goodness. What is going on here? No sound anywhere on any channel. This is crazy. Notice, by the way, the jury, of course, was not in the courtroom. Those of you asking, like, did the jury hear all of that? No, of course they haven't. They haven't heard any of it. Oh man. Oh man, oh man. You guys, okay, so for those of you who are probably trying to decipher what just happened, let me enlighten you, baby birds. Let me enlighten you, baby birds, okay? So it's actually better than I expected, but it's still crappy. First of all, Yannetti had a prepared speech and he was going to tell Judge Bev exactly how he feels, what he feels, and what he needs her to hear. Instead of listening to him, she's like, oh my God, you have another speech prepared for me. Can you like hurry this up? I'm not interested. She did not rush the Commonwealth, even though the Commonwealth's argument was so shady and flabbergasted and all over the place. The prosecutor, she was speaking, she's like, and it's gonna bias the Commonwealth, and it's gonna hurt us, and we don't like it. I'm listening to her argument, and I'm like, as a judge, I'd be like, I don't even believe you. You don't sound authentic. You don't sound real. You don't sound like you have passion and fervor. You don't believe your own words coming out of your mouth. You know, Mr. Yannetti, like, what sort of argument do you have? And I would just listen to him and be like, okay, well, maybe I'll be like, okay, can you get to the point? I don't need a passionate argument. Fine. But Judge Bev just would refuse. She refused to let him speak. She refused to adamantly refused to let him make his argument, to get it on the record, to get the words that he needs to get out of his mouth into the record so that Judge Beverly can make it. She's already made her decision before Yannetti even started to speak. Thank you so much. She already made her decision before Yannetti opened his mouth. And he got the page wrong, and Judge Bev is like, Yannetti, your name is not even on here. Did she even read the motion? She didn't read the motion. If she said your name is not on here, meaning she did not recognize it. Oh, it's not on page 3, it's on page 4. So because he got the page wrong, that was a telltale sign that Judge Beverly Cannoni did not read the Commonwealth's motion over the weekend. Otherwise, she would know. David Yannetti, your name is not on page 3. Your name is on page 4. Astounding. Absolutely astounding. A judge who just does not care. I've never met a more apathetic judge in my entire career. Even Judge DeThomasis in Florida, I can't believe I'm giving him credit, by the way, Chandler. I'm about to give Judge frickin' DeThomasis brownie points. You know how bad that is? Judge DeThomasis was at least, even though he loved the sound of his own voice, he at least allowed the litigants to speak. He would interrupt them, but he would at least allow them to speak every once in a while. He would allow them to be like, okay, now I'm speaking. Okay, now I'm interrupting you. Judge Bev is like, you're speaking for 3 seconds. She's like, oh, God, will you get your argument out already? Like, I don't have all day, Mr. Yannetti. Are you kidding me? What kind of judge is that? What sort of bias do you have that you can't even let a litigant speak their piece, to speak what they need to say, to speak their argument, to make their argument to the court? She already made up her mind. Okay, so I will give her that. I will give her, even though she already made up her mind, her made up mind was, government, what do you need? And they're like, well, we need this report. And that's going to need to say this. And she's like, defense, listen very closely. That was an important moment. Defense, listen very closely. You need to provide this document with this, and this that I just asked for. No problem. We'll get that to you. What else do you want? Oh, you also need to these expert witnesses you're gonna have. You're gonna have so and so. No, they're not gonna be testifying, Judge. Have you been paying attention? Oh, okay. Who's gonna be testifying? So and so and so and so. Okay, all right. We're gonna voir dire their asses. For those of you who are not familiar with the concept of voir dire, if you've not seen the trial of the Chicago 7, what they did with oh goodness, what was the name of that former attorney general? Help me out, chat. Ramsey Clark and the trial of the Chicago 7. That was voir diring a witness. For those of you who have seen the movie, for those of you who haven't, I will explain. Ramsey Clark was voir dired in a way that the defense is asking questions of the witness while they're on the witness stand in the absence of the jury. There's no jury in the room, okay? They voir dire the witness by asking them, like, what sort of testimony do you have to provide? Like, what do you know? What's your qualifications? What's your ta-ta-ta? What's your ta-ta-ta? If the witness is unable to provide sufficient information, sufficient education, sufficient knowledge of the case, etc., 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 well, then the judge can be like, look, you have nothing of value to provide to the case. I don't believe your testimony. Doesn't seem like you're an expert, whatever. I'm not going to let you testify in front of the jury. And then you can have testimony by avowal at that point. You can have testimony by avowal at that point. Sorry, I heard sounds. I didn't know if we're back on or not. The sound is working at least. It's grounds for appeal. Exactly. It protects the record on appeal. That's exactly correct. And so, yes, by avowal, not by avowal. Thank you, Bush McFadden. I would like to buy a vowel. No, this is not Jeopardy, or not Jeopardy. What's that spinny thingy? What's that game, Chandler? No, not Jeopardy. Wheel of Fortune. Thank you. Wheel of Fortune. See, we called it something different in Israel, so I don't know the English terms for him. What is happening? Did you hear that laughter? Anyway, so Judge Bev finally was like, given the documents, we're gonna have these witnesses testify in voir dire, and we're gonna have to take a full day. And both Jackson and Yannetti were like, no, Judge, we don't need a full day. We just need half an hour for this one, and half an hour for this one, 15 minutes for that one. And Judge is like, yeah, whatever. Like, I swear to God, ask questions, Judge. For the love of Benji, stop making determinations from the bench about things that you don't know about. Ask questions. Mr. Yannetti, how long do you think the witness is going to take to voir dire in my courtroom? Oh, I don't know, Judge. 30 minutes for this one, 30 minutes for that one, 15 minutes for that one. Okay, that's not bad. It's an hour and 15 minutes. That's not bad. We can do that, can't we? Yes, we can do that. How about we schedule that for Friday? Fucking do your job! Sorry. I am so angry. Tell us how you really feel, DY guy. Right? She's like, oh no, this is gonna take all day of my poor little child. I don't have time for this. I have other cases that I have to get to because I don't care about the constitutional rights of one person. I don't care about the constitutional rights of everybody in my courtroom. So how am I supposed to care about one? Oh, okay, I got it out. Now I feel better. I feel better. I swear to God, I want to just like reach out and strangle this judge. How's long to get the judge removed? Oh gosh, Summer Golden, thank you for being a member for 16 months. You are amazing. I love you. Paul Croak says, did you see on direct on the Sally Port video, the Bukkake used the laser pen and pointed at the driver and said it was him? That's why Jackson asked him, was the one who slipped. Yes, Summer Golden says, why is Bev not asking witnesses if they watched previous testimony? P.S. They rehomed the cameraman. That's hilarious. Matrix, hey, thank you for the one gifted. Shout out if you got a gifted membership from Matrix. Not a banned account. Qualified immunity dates back to the Star Chamber. Yes. Tracy Collins says, don't they have the GR transcripts from the FBI? The GR? GR. What's GR? What's GR? Do they have the GR transcripts from the FBI? I have no idea. I have no idea what this means. I'm sorry. Kelly Steffi says, are you sure it only bothers you a little bit? No, not at all. GR is not grand jury. GJ is grand jury. Yeah, it's grand jury. I don't know what that is. Maybe grand jury testimony. Sandra O'Rourke, welcome to the channel. You guys, this is insanity. This is ridiculous. This is just absurd. The judge if you cannot be an unbiased judge, then you need to either recuse yourself or be removed. I'm sorry. That's just, I don't know how she got away with it. They just didn't have the time. They didn't have the time to remove her, go through the removal proceedings and get her removed as a judge, unfortunately. It is what it is. Obviously, you can't always have the whole kit and caboodle. You can only do so much. Oh, by the way, like I said, I am traveling, so I hope the stream is gonna hold as we are driving through the mountains of California way. It is 6:05 here, so you guys, I had to get up at like 5 o'clock in the morning to be able to do this. I'm a trooper, just for you guys, just for you all. We're gonna be on the road in about, excuse me, we're gonna be on the road in about probably like 10 minutes. So, huh? No, I got you. I got you. I'll let the stream run and I'll be listening to it. No, you're totally fine. You're doing great, babe. She's packing and she needs my help. Chandler does. So what we're gonna do is they just need to drop the charges on Karen Reed. That most definitely, totally agree. So there's gonna be Larry on the stream. I'm gonna be going in and out, and at least you're definitely gonna hear my voice. we can get some in and out. We are in California way. So yeah. This is one of the craziest cases, you guys, that we have ever seen in the history of the United States of America. And that says a lot. If that doesn't tell you everything you need to know, like seriously, like I'm not even joking. Did you monetize the stream? Question mark. Awesome. All right. Anne Somerville, thank you so much for joining. Here we go. Henry Fonda, not Henry Ford, but yes, absolutely. Good morning, jurors.
Any business before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, unified County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. The court is now open. You may be seated.
22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
Good morning, jurors. We all met here at 8:30 to try and streamline things. And as a result of what we did this morning, it looks like there'll be some day this week that we will all meet to go through things that we need to go through, but we will excuse you. I just don't know quite yet when that will be. We'll know by the end of the day. And also on the 21st, originally we said we'd be off for the 21st, but again, you know that we don't want to take up any more of your time than necessary. So we will meet on the 21st, but just in the morning because I have a long-standing afternoon that we cannot cancel. So the 21st will be a half a day. So we'll let you know more as the day progresses. All right, I do have to ask those questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left on Friday? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, read anything about this case since we left here? No. Thank you. Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you very much. Can we get Sergeant Bukhenik, please? Jim, do you have that flash drive? No. The flash drive that I gave you.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case down here and sure the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
All right, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you. So when we left off on Thursday, we were discussing the Sallyport video that was introduced by the Commonwealth on Wednesday during direct examination. Do you recall that?
I do.
When he introduced that video, Mr. Lally asked you several very specific questions about the video, including if you recognize the video in general, correct?
Yes, he did.
And you said you did.
I did.
He also asked you whether you recognized any of the individuals in the video at a particular time where he paused the video and you used your green laser pointer to point out a couple of individuals that you recognize. Do you recall that?
I do.
And in that pause, you indicated at that time.
Oh,
on
he's going
Wednesday,
right for the goal.
recognized Trooper Proctor and what you thought was yourself, the person slipping at the front of the SUV, correct?
I indicated that Trooper Proctor and myself were in the video, and
He's going right
there was
for
an
the goal, and I
individual
love
slipping
this.
in the front of the vehicle.
And you then on Thursday, you corrected that to make sure that we were clear about it. The person slipping was actually the tow driver, not you, correct?
That's what it appeared, so yes.
Okay, I'd like to take a quick look at that with the court's permission at 4:46. May I publish
Okay.
that?
Yes.
This is 4:46. It's the same video that you were shown by Mr. Lally. We're at runtime about 5:37 and 05 p.m. I'm sorry, I said runtime. I meant time of day. Thank you. As a matter of fact, the time of day would be most easily seen right down here, although it's pretty small from where you're at. If you can't see that, please let me know.
I do not see that, no.
Okay. Your Honor, I'll hold off on that question and I may ask the court for relief in just a moment. If we can play this for just a quick second, and I'll ask you, Mr. Bates, if you can pause it. Go ahead and pause there. Okay. Sergeant, this is the basic video, the point at which it was paused when Mr. Lally asked you to identify the individuals in the video, correct?
I believe it was a different time, but I'm not sure.
Do you remember using your green laser pointer, pointing at the person in the back and identifying that person as Trooper Proctor, and then pointing at the person in the front screen right, mistakenly as you? You remember that?
I remember indicating where the individuals would be, yes.
Okay. And so do you have the green laser pointer with you?
I do.
Could you point at the location where you see Trooper Proctor?
I do not know specifically right now if that is Trooper Proctor behind the vehicle, but when Mr. Lally asked me to indicate where we would be, it was in this location here.
You're indicating toward the rear of the SUV.
Correct.
On Wednesday, and I just want to draw your attention back to your testimony on Wednesday, you used the laser pointer and pointed at two different individuals, the person toward the back, and you identified him as Mr. Proctor, as Trooper Proctor, correct? On Wednesday.
I indicated that Trooper Proctor and myself would be in the shot in the rear of the vehicle. And then I indicated that I'm wearing a olive drab baseball hat and Trooper Proctor's wearing a winter style knit black hat.
Isn't it true that on Wednesday, what the question you were asked from Mr. Lally is, Ms. Gilman, from Mr. Lally, Ms. Gilman, if you can just pause there for a moment as the sergeant's almost falling in the video. And the court said, keep your voice up, Mr. Lally. Do you recall that?
I do not recall that, no.
Do you remember Mr. Lally saying, Sergeant Bukhenik, with reference to any of the individuals you see in this video, do you recognize any of those individuals? And you responding, I can recognize Trooper Proctor and myself. And you used the green laser pointer in doing so.
Yes, I did.
And that was on this area, may not be to the frame, but this is where the video was paused when you made that identification, correct?
It was approximately at this time.
Okay. So you were then asked after you identified, and at that time you did identify Trooper Proctor, and again, mistakenly, yourself, correct?
I directed the laser to the area where we would be.
Okay, and Trooper Proctor is the one toward the back of the truck.
Again, I cannot tell you which individual. There are multiple individuals there. I do not know at this point in time where it's frozen if that's exactly Trooper Proctor. I know we were present at that location, and I know what he was wearing for a headdress and what I was wearing.
All right, so you have to move along from this point.
Then why did you, one more question, Your Honor. Then why on Wednesday did you indicate very clearly that the person toward the back of the SUV was Trooper Proctor? If you don't know, why did you say that on Wednesday?
During the frozen frame, I could tell there were two individuals back there, and I was at one point in time in that location with Trooper Proctor.
That appeared to be Trooper Proctor in the back of the car.
From where the video is frozen right now, I cannot tell.
So you're changing your testimony from Wednesday.
Objection.
Are you changing your testimony?
I am not changing my testimony, no.
Okay, next question, Mr. Jackson.
You then asked whether the
Oh,
video
boy.
was true and accurate,
He's
as in
changing his
terms of its
testimony
depiction
and
of
not
what
admitting
was-
it.
what you saw, what you observed in Sallyport that night, correct?
I indicated the video is true and accurate to the location.
And
Oh, did you now?
you were then asked whether or not, in looking at that video, watching it, either you or Trooper Proctor approached, manipulated, touched that right rear taillight at any time, and your answer was never, correct?
I got my own
That's correct.
OnlyFans.
And while you testified, this is the video that was displayed for the jurors, correct? And it was this orientation, the front of the truck facing right, the rear of the truck facing left, correct?
That's correct.
And for all appearances, it would appear that the right rear taillight of the SUV is the one facing the jurors, if you will, facing the viewer, right? From appearances. You didn't know anything different.
Can you rephrase that question, please?
Sure. Just from the appearance of the video, as it is now, the appearance of the video looks like the right rear taillight is the taillight that's facing the jurors, facing the viewer, toward the rear of the truck, correct?
As it is frozen, correct.
And on Wednesday, I want to move through this relatively briefly, Sergeant. On Wednesday, you did not mention that this video was inverted, did you?
It was not brought out, no.
Not brought out by, I mean, that's a passive way of saying it. I'm asking you directly. Did you mention that this was an inverted video?
Not on Wednesday, no.
On Thursday, Mr. Lally finished his questioning on Wednesday, then came back on Thursday. You continued on direct examination under questioning by Mr. Lally again to start the day, correct?
That is correct.
And during that testimony on Thursday morning, you also, under direct examination, did not mention that this video was inverted, did you?
Did not know.
Yes, he
And then it was
just
my turn
admitted
to
that
ask
the
you
video was
questions.
not
You recall?
inverted. He'd never
I do.
admitted to it
And
when
then
he was
I
on
began
direct
asking you
examination. The most
questions about
important
the
part.
accuracy of this video, and at that time, for the first time, you said it appears that it is a mirror image. It's an inverted video, correct?
Yeah.
I advised you that it is a mirrored image at that point, correct?
Yeah. What a scummy little rat. Smells like pork in that courthouse right now. Roasted
Would you
pork.
agree with me now, as you sit here, that this video, as we're looking at it, is not a true and accurate depiction of what you viewed in that Sallyport that night?
I would not agree with you, no.
Do you believe that what the jurors are seeing right here is a true and accurate, surveillance footage of the Sallyport that night?
Yes, it's just mirrored.
Which means what's left is right and what's right is left, correct?
So it's not accurate.
Correct. If the jurors were actually standing where the camera is recording, which it's recording all accurate depiction of activity and events taking place, the back of the vehicle would be on the right and the front of the vehicle would be on the left, but all activity is accurately depicted in the video.
So in point of fact, everything in this video, every bit of it is reversed, correct?
It's just a mirror image.
So it's not accurate, is it?
It's an accurate depiction of what has taken place.
Sergeant Bukhenik, if I were to ask you, let me give you a hypothetical. Let's say you were investigating a circumstance in which a suspect was being identified by 5 witnesses based on a tattoo on that person's left arm. And then you go show that witness, or those series of witnesses, an inverted version of a photograph of that person with the tattoo appearing on his right arm. And those witnesses all say, no, that's not the guy. I remember the guy. The guy had the tat on the left arm. Would you think that that's an accurate depiction of the person with the tattoo?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you agree with me that an inverted video is not accurate? It's inverted by definition, right?
It's an accurate depiction of the events taking place.
You've reviewed this video in its entirety, you testified, correct?
Yes.
About how long would you say this video is in its runtime from start to finish?
I did not take note of the length of the video.
Sergeant
I'm gonna
Bukkake lives
ask
in
you,
an inverted universe.
Court permission, can
That
you
was
point
incredible.
us back to the beginning of the time of day for this video. And pause it there. Can you see, and this is not an eye exam, can you see the timestamp on the lower left-hand side?
No, I cannot.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I could do this.
I'd like to see a sidebar.
All right, I don't know what's going on. Why Judge Bev is not happy with Jackson, but he's doing a phenomenal job. I think she's unhappy that he got Bukkake to admit, or actually failed to get Bukkake to admit, thereby making him look really bad, I should say. That, I mean, he lives in an inverted universe. Like, an inverted video is an inaccurate video. Just say yes, man. Like, just say yes. The roasting of the pig will end. Instead, he's just like, no, it is an accurate video. Like, how? In what universe? In your universe, Agent Bukhenik? Seriously? Wanna invert Bukkake? Would that be Ikakaku? Ikakaku? If you invert Bukkake, Chandler? Ikakaku? Oh my lord. I don't know what's going on here. But I guess it remains to be seen. It remains to be seen. Let's see what Judge Cannoni is gonna do with this. I guess we're gonna have to figure this out. We're gonna have to figure this out. We'll see what happens. But I don't know what this sidebar is all about. I have no idea. Inverted is not accurate. Thank you, Rhonda Crumb. See, you should have been on the witness stand. It's so easy. Reverse Bukkake is a whole different genre. I don't even want to know, folks. I don't even want to know. Is that when you just like? Is that eating the glazed donut? Is that reverse Bukkake? I need coffee for this. Somebody give me a shot of espresso, for the love of Benji. You guys see my own personal OnlyFan? Whew. I wonder what they are bickering about over there. The mom was laughing about something. John's mom. I don't know what that was about. I has no clue. I has no clue. I guess she really didn't like Bukhenik being roasted. Roasting a pig over an open fire in a campground. And the campground is the Massachusetts Norfolk County Courthouse.
Jurors, sometimes lawyers have what we call stipulations rather than prolonging either testimony or calling an additional witness. Lawyers agree as to certain facts. So what the lawyers have agreed to here is that this video begins at 5:30 and 23 seconds, 5:30 p.m. and 23 seconds, and it ends at 5:48 and 15 seconds. And the total run time of the video is 5 minutes and 51 seconds. All right, your questions, Mr. Jackson?
Tried by the prosecution to go over the allotted 3 hours. You need to stick to your 30 minutes. Yeah,
Sergeant
exactly,
Bukhenik,
right?
Given the fact that the
Thank you,
beginning
Sanguine.
time, the time of day is 5:30 and 23 seconds in the evening, and the end time of this video stops at 5:48 and 15 seconds. Would you agree with me, without doing the math down to the seconds, that's about 17 minutes and 50 seconds or so?
In real time, yes.
In real time. The actual time of this video, the run time of this video, however, is only 5 minutes and 51 seconds, less than 6 minutes. You'd agree with that?
That is what's captured.
So that means that about 2/3 of the video is missing, correct?
It's not missing, just not
Oh.
recorded.
It's not there.
Oh, not recorded, buddy.
was never
Is
there.
it so?
I'm not saying it was ever there. I'm saying I don't know if it was ever there or not. Neither do you. I'm saying it's not there, correct?
It was never recorded.
Well,
How
you
do
don't
you
know
know
what
that?
has been and wasn't recorded, do you?
Are you the
Yes.
camera?
I'll let him answer
Hey,
that.
Mr. Bukkake, do you identify as a camera?
I can only speak to what was turned over and what we received, and based on the evidence that was produced, the video that was produced is what we got.
I understand. So based on that answer, you acknowledge you don't know what may or may not have been recorded without your knowledge.
Exactly.
No.
Right.
Yes, thank you, dumbass.
Did you notice that there were obvious portions
Finally,
of
he
the video
admits something
that
for the first time in
which
cross-examination.
individuals just seem to appear or apparate out of nowhere?
It's not a smooth recording of the events. When the motion triggers the recording, the video appears as if a person appeared in the video.
Apparation.
But that is due to the triggering of the recording.
Are you an expert on cameras now?
You're not an IT person who actually captures
No,
video,
that takes
correct?
the words
Sure.
out of my mouth. There you go,
Sustained, ask
Jackson.
that
Get him.
differently.
Sure.
Get him. I don't care.
No,
The
the
objection
IT
doesn't
person
matter.
would be-
The jury heard it. They get it.
The technical person who captured this video, correct?
I am not, no.
You don't maintain
There
this
you
video
go.
system, do you?
Yes.
I do not know.
You don't know the inner
Exactly.
workings of how the video system was originally installed or how it operates, correct?
Based on my training and experience, I know that certain systems, due to the restrictions of the storage of the system, they try to save the
Restrictions of
storage and
storage? Are you gonna go
trigger
that direction?
the recording only by motion or certain time parameters. So in
Oh my
this
God, bro.
video footage,
Oh
I
my
could tell you
God.
that the video is
This
triggered
is beautiful.
by motion to record.
Well, how much
None
storage
of
did
his
this system
testimony
have?
is relevant. The jury
do not
sees right
know.
through it. I promise you.
What was the level of storage at the time that this video was taken? Was it
Oh my God, what a
60%,
dumbass.
99%? What was it?
I do not know.
So you actually
Yeah,
don't know,
exactly.
Sergeant,
You have no
the
idea.
inner workings of this system, do you?
I do not know all the inner workings of the system.
But
No.
you do know that there appears to be portions of this video missing and portions of this video in which people just seem to apparate out of nowhere.
Exactly.
It's not missing. It just was not recording.
You don't know that. You don't know if it's missing or not. You weren't there.
I think it was 5:37.
Jackson's got him. Jackson's got him by the pig balls.
Okay, if we could, with the court's
Squeeze him,
permission,
Jackson.
can you play
Squeeze
that?
him.
Okay, less than a minute.
Yes.
Oh, this is so beautiful.
Pause it. You see where the person that was toward the back of the vehicle went in this video?
It appeared they went behind the vehicle.
Which would be which area of the vehicle, the right or the left, in real life, not on this video?
In real life, it would be the right rear portion of the vehicle.
Toward the taillight area.
That quarter panel, correct?
Let's go ahead and play it. Pause it. Did it appear that someone just seemed to appear out of nowhere toward the rear of the vehicle? Just now?
Due to the triggering of the
I
motion,
asked you why. I asked you if. Did it appear if someone just appeared out of nowhere in the back of the vehicle?
that's what the footage represents, yes.
Can we go ahead and play this? Pause it. Did you see that the person walking away from the vehicle that you earlier on Wednesday identified as Trooper Proctor appeared to have a notebook, black portfolio in his hand?
Yes, I did.
And can you see from there, I'm going to ask you this, basically knowing the answer, can you see from there the time of day on the lower left side as that person leaves the screen?
No, I cannot.
Would you disagree if I indicated to you that was 5:38 and 7 seconds in the evening?
I would have to see it for myself. I cannot agree with you based on your statement.
Your Honor, may we approach briefly?
Sure.
You are unmuted.
All right. So Sergeant, we're going to ask you to go take a look at that, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
And please don't speak until you're back in the witness stand. Thank you. All right, Mr. Jackson?
Thank you. Sergeant, did you have an opportunity to look at the time of day at the point that the video is paused right now?
Yes, I did.
What is that time of day?
5:38:07.
5:38 and 7 seconds.
5:38:07.
correct?
That's correct.
And remind me about how far of a drive in time is this location at Canton PD from 34 Fairview?
With no
Okay, there we
traffic,
go.
no adverse weather and road conditions, several minutes, four minutes, maybe 5 minutes, depending which route you take.
Your Honor, I have a flash drive that I'd like to have marked.
Is this a different flash drive than we had on Friday?
It is, and I can explain it sidebar if the court wishes.
All right. Are you just marking it or you intend to show it?
I intend to show it with the court's permission.
All right. So we'll mark it for identification and then I do need to see you. Yes. Thank you.
Maybe we approach it.
Yes.
All right, let's see. Entry required says video of Karen Reed leaving JR house next morning to search for JR smashing into JR's car. Karen Reed's taillight does not look all that smashed up to me at all. Yeah, exactly. We might get to that today. Florida Wrangler says, hope you're having a safe trip. I gotta give the I told you so credit when this clown took the stand on day one. What an effing clown. Exactly. Thank you so much, brother. Gosh, this guy, if honestly, I would respect him so much more if he admitted like some of the basic stuff, folks. Some of the basics, like I don't know. Oh yeah, this is an inverted video. Therefore, it is not reality. Who lives in an inverted reality? Apparently, Sergeant Bukkake. And the video itself. You will agree with me that there are portions missing. No, there aren't. They were not recorded. He's protecting a camera. How can you protect a camera? You don't know what a camera has or has not recorded. You weren't there. Are we going to be overweight again? Okay, it doesn't matter. I'll just pay for it. So I don't know, folks. This is looking good for the defense. This is looking really good for the defense, since Bukhenik is literally like the second in command under Proctor. He has worked under Proctor for many years. He's very proficient in his Bukkake nature, and he's very good at working under men. No pun intended, of course. Working under men is a normal and professional and dignified thingy, especially for police. Is he Proctor's superior? Oh, he's working on top of men. Oh, that's good. That's much better. I thought he was a bottom. Turns out he's a top. There's nothing wrong with being a bottom. There's especially nothing wrong with being a top either. Right, Jules? Jules is an expert. Jules is an expert on being a bottom bitch. No, I'm just kidding. That's just mean. Actually, bottom bitch is a good term. I don't know if you guys know. To be a bottom bitch means you're like the like, I know it sounds weird, but you're the lead head woman in a relationship, you know, that has like multiple partners. Like, yeah, she's my bottom bitch. You know, like Chandler, she's my bottom bitch. You know, like that's a respectable term. She's laughing. I don't know if you guys could hear that, but she said I'm romantic. But yes, I didn't know Bukhenik was his superior. I thought they were like kind of working together. But did I read this correctly? There's a power failure here in West Africa. You had to start your generator. Is this for real, or are you being like jokey? I'm kidding, Jules. I'm kidding. The jury was just excused for some reason. I don't know what they're doing. I don't know what is happening. We're about to find out, hopefully. Time Lord Cloud says this is why they waited to bring the car in. They knew what the system, when the system would switch over to the new hard drive, and what they did wouldn't be recorded. Maybe. I mean, they know their camera systems well enough, but like, how can you know that it hasn't been recorded? You know what I mean? Like, you can't create that. You can't. Babe, this thing is sticking out.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, I got you.
All right. I'm going to take a 2-minute recess.
All rise for the court, please.
Apparently, we're taking a 2-minute recess. I don't know for what or why or how or when. Well, when is now. For how long? 2 minutes. For what purpose? Unknown. Completely unknown. I'm gonna go pack the car, so I'll be right back.
With that session, you may be seated.
Does council need to see me or are we all set?
I think we're all set.
Okay. Right ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. As a matter of housekeeping, I would ask for the admission of the last item that was marked for identification.
XX. Was it YY? Oh, it was back again.
I did the
Okay.
same thing. I think it's
All right.
next
So that will now be what, Madam Court Reporter? Thank you.
And with the court's permission, I'd ask to display that video. Yours?
Okay.
Bates, if you could move that to a runtime of 1 minute and 17 seconds, so thereabouts. And go ahead and pause that. Sergeant, do you recognize what's depicted in what's just been marked as Exhibit 542?
I do.
How do you recognize that?
It's an inversion of the video provided from Canton PD Sally Port.
It's actually, and that inversion corrects the perspective. Would you agree with that?
I would.
Okay, so now we're looking at what we've always been looking at, but it's clear that we're looking at the driver's side of the vehicle, correct?
That's correct.
And it's everything is properly oriented, is that right?
It's an accurate depiction of what is taking place.
Meaning right is right and left is left in this video.
The vehicle came from the right into the left. The driver's side is visible and is closest to the camera.
If we could go ahead and, thank you, Sergeant. If we could go ahead and play this for just a few seconds, please.
Did they uninvert it? Is that what he did? Because it looks different now.
Pause it. You saw the person that was toward the back of the vehicle that you earlier on Wednesday identified as Trooper Proctor moving toward the right, I'm sorry, yes, the passenger side taillight area in this video, correct?
I observed the person walking that way.
Let's go ahead and play it.
You'll have to excuse me. I'm driving now, so I'll be paying attention to it as we continue on our journey. But we have a very long drive ahead of us, so I'm going to be streaming from the road. today.
And you see the person toward the taillight area moving out of frame just now, correct?
I did, yes.
And that person had the that black portfolio in his hand.
That's correct.
I'd like to ask Mr. Bates if you wouldn't mind moving the cursor back to the beginning before the video, I'm sorry, before the SUV was actually in the Sally port. Okay, pause that. Do you see what's depicted in the video now at runtime, at the beginning of the video?
I see the still frame. I'm observing the still frame.
Okay, fair enough, fair enough. Can you see from where you are, sir, can you see the chyron at the bottom of the video in blue, indicating the date stamp and time stamp? Can you see that from where you are?
I see the blue color. I don't know what exactly it is.
Are your eyes good enough to see that that is completely inverted?
They are not.
They're not inverted?
They are not good enough.
That was a good answer to a bad question on my part. With the court's permission, would it be possible for the sergeant to approach the screen and take a look at that timestamp?
Can you do that, Sergeant, please?
Yes, Your Honor.
Were you able to, may I inquire? Yes. Were you able to see that timestamp?
Yes, I was.
Sergeant, did that timestamp appear to be inverted?
The blue writing appears to be backwards.
So in this version of the video, which has been inverted from the version shown by the Commonwealth, the timestamp also was inverted, correct?
What appears on the screen is inverted.
Thank you. I'd like to zoom in on, just with the court's permission, on a portion of the middle of the video.
Okay.
Sergeant, I want to direct your attention to an area of the video right above the hand truck. Do you see that area?
I do.
Do you see that white object just above the snow line?
I see something there. I do not know what it is, if it's an object or it's more snow.
Can you tell if that's a sort of a dirty white rag?
I cannot tell what it is.
Fair enough. Thank you, Mr. Rich. We can take that down. We've seen a corrected version of that Sallyport video from that camera. There's also another camera on the opposite side of the Sallyport, isn't there?
There is.
And that one, for lack of a better phrase, that one came out pretty grainy. Would you agree?
Yes, it's not perfect quality.
The other view would show, given the fact that it's on the opposite side of the wall of this video, that actually would show the right rear portion of the SUV as it was parked in that Sallyport, would it not?
Yes, it would.
Let's take a look with the court's permission. This has already been marked as 446. I believe it was introduced last week.
Okay.
Display that?
Yes.
Thank you. I know it's very hard to see, Sergeant, but could you tell me, as the video is paused right here at the beginning, timestamp, can you see the outline of the antique police car?
I can make that out, yes.
And it appears that there's no vehicle in the foreground this side of that antique police car, correct?
That's correct.
You also can see that this video is in fact not inverted. It's the correct orientation, right?
That's correct.
And obviously it's pretty lacking in quality, but you can make out the fact that there is an outline of a vehicle there, correct?
Correct.
We could play, may I approach the screen briefly?
Yes.
If we could, with the court's permission, begin playing at this time, this is about 5:07 and 10 seconds. That's time of day. We can play for about a little less than a minute.
Okay.
I love how Jackson just continuously asks for the court's permission throughout the trial. He's giving Bev all the respect she doesn't deserve, but he's giving it to her anyway. That's the hallmark of a top lawyer. He knows he's in the right and she's in the wrong, and he still gives her respect whenever he can. Even when it's meaningless, it means something.
Sergeant, did you see what was depicted on the video? That just ran from 5:07 and a few seconds until it was just paused.
I did watch the video.
And how much time would you estimate elapsed as we just watched that video in real time?
15 seconds, maybe.
Okay. And do you see something? You see something in the foreground that just sort of appeared there next to that antique police car.
It appears that the SUV has now pulled into the Sally Port, and there's an individual standing behind the SUV.
And do you see what the time of day is on that timer?
I do not.
Can you see that it's paused at 5:50 and 46 seconds?
I cannot.
Okay, well then make him stand up so you can see it, Jackson.
Unfortunately, I cannot zoom on this, Your Honor. With the court's permission, would the sergeant make one more trip to the screen to give us the exact time that this is paused?
This is the last time, Sergeant. Would you please?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
There we go. That's how you do it. Good job, Jackson.
What was the time? What is the timestamp where the video is paused?
5:50:46.
5:50 and 46 p.m. Correct?
That's correct.
So it appears that this video in about 15 seconds jumps 42 minutes to the 5:50 mark. Correct?
I don't know how much it jumps.
Well, from 5:08 approximately to 5:50 approximately, how much time is that?
Approximately 48.
42 minutes, right?
Excuse me, 42. Yes.
That's okay. And this reads a vehicle which shows the right rear taillight portion just appears, correct? At 5:50.
There's a vehicle that appears. There appears to be an individual standing behind the vehicle. It's not just a taillight that appears.
But Sergeant, the exact time that would
The
show
question,
what Trooper Proctor
it'll make it a lot
is
easier.
doing
you.
at the right rear taillight, that is missing.
Objection.
Sustained.
The exact time that would show what the person who you identified on Wednesday as being Trooper Proctor, that video is not there, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Why? No, that should have been admitted.
This video, Sergeant, you will agree, if that 42-minute period existed, that would have been the only video that would establish the actual condition of the taillight the moment the SUV arrived in police custody in that Sally Port, correct?
Objection.
You can ask that differently.
Is there any other video other than this one that would show the exact condition of that taillight as it pulled in to the driveway and then to the Sally Port? Or is this the only one?
From that location,
Correct.
that is the video that captures that time frame.
And that's also the video that captures that area of the car, correct? the right rear portion of the car.
Correct.
And that 42 minutes from when the car arrived until 5:50 in the evening, that portion is missing, correct?
It's not missing, it's just not recorded.
It's not there, Sergeant Bukhenik. I'm not splitting words with you, splitting hairs. It's not there. It's gone, correct?
It's not on the screen now.
It's not anywhere, is it?
I do not know.
There you go. Good, finally. Rather than saying, oh, it's not recorded. He doesn't know. The answer is, I don't know. Why did it take an hour for that to happen? Jackson could have saved an hour of the court's time if Bukkake just complied.
Morning, Sergeant.
Wait, is that
Morning,
it? Redirect? Are you
How this
serious?
video was played before the jury on Wednesday during your direct testimony.
Oh, Lally's
Condition of that
upset. He needs
video,
to correct.
review That video. That's how you received it from the Canton Police Department, correct?
That's correct.
So nothing was done to alter it, change it in any way, shape, or form from when you received it to when it was played before the jury.
Objection.
Sustained. You can't lead, Mr. Lally.
What, if anything, was done to alter or change that video, received it to the time that it was played before the jury?
Objection.
Ask it differently one more time.
As far as the condition when you received it and the condition when it was played for the jury, what was different?
There was no manipulation, alteration of the video between
I'll allow the answer.
when we received it from Canton Police Department, when I played it, and when it was played for you.
Now,
He
as
doesn't
far
know the
as
answer to that, though.
the cameras are motion activated, correct?
That's correct.
And as far as the skipping that you observed at various points of the video, was that something that occurred once or more than once?
More than once, repeatedly.
And was it one specific portion of the video? And by that, I mean, was it only at the beginning or only in the middle or only at the end? Or was it
Most of what Lally's trying to
It's
recover here,
consistently happening when there's lack of
already
motion.
done.
The video does not record because it's not triggered to record.
there's really not a whole lot. Jackson did the damage. Undoing the damage is
From
impossible. The jury's
video,
unbreaking the
at least
ballot.
as far as you've seen, the one that you were shown on Wednesday and the one that you were shown today? Or the
Lally
portions
can
that you
try,
saw?
but it's a futile attempt.
What, if any,
actually.
difference did you note between the content of what's contained in the video?
The content of the video is accurate depiction of what's taken place. The only difference that I noticed today is that the version played was actually inverted from the original version that I received and which was produced.
Wait, what?
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask that the entirety of that 5 minutes and 51 seconds of video be played for the jury.
Okay.
Wait,
You might have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
what? You received a non-inverted version? Then why is the prosecution using an inverted version? I am so confused. Imagine how the jury feels. Yeah, you noticed this today? Just today? Not Wednesday, not Thursday, not Friday? Today was the first day he noticed it? Why are they showing? The incompetence of government is ceaseless. And now Lally is going to play the whole uninverted version to the jury, wasting even more time.
Pause there, I'm just gonna And that area just played before the jury. That is when the
Bev is going to allow that. Why? Because he's buddy with the prosecutor.
driveway video into the Sally Port area, correct?
That's
Jackson
correct.
wanted to do that to be like, I think the jury's already seen it. We don't need to waste any more of their time, Mr. Jackson. I'm sorry, Mr. Jackson. Ooh, we wasted jury's time. I ain't gonna cry, but I am gonna dismiss your case with prejudice. I'm sorry, Mr. Jackson. Ooh, Karen Reed's going away. Auntie Bev, no.
Direct your attention to the person that just opened the driver's side door. That's the tow truck driver, is that correct?
That's correct.
Just ask you to take a look at the door, and in particular, the snow on the door when he closes that door. Tell me if you could. You pause just for one moment. Sergeant, if I could direct your attention back to the ring video. I think it was video 153 from Exhibit 6. And you were shown that video on cross-examination and asked about any movement that you saw on the driver's side rear tire, things of that nature. Do you recall that?
I do.
And do you recall that portion of the video when it's alleged that Ms. Reed's vehicle came close to or made contact with Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle in the driveway? At that point, did you observe any snow coming off of Mr. O'Keefe's car when they came close to each other?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I don't think Bev was listening.
I don't remember exactly if there was snow coming off the vehicle. There was snow falling, and that was captured by the ring video. I don't recall if any snow came off the vehicle.
Tell me if you could.
This is wine country, California. Mhm. Why so gloomy though? June gloom. That's a thing. June gloom is a California thing. Is that true, Chad? Have you guys ever heard of that? I've never heard this term. June gloom. Is that a California thing? You have to go all the way to Kamifoni Way to discover the June gloom.
I thought it was everywhere, but I just.
Not in Kentucky. Normally, we get June gloom in April. I know, that's what I'm saying. It's a California thing.
Well,
Chad is saying.
Well, that's April showers bring May flowers.
Exactly.
That's entirely.
April showers bring May flowers, but sometimes you get June in April.
No. Stop.
It will burn off around noon. Yeah, it's 7 a.m. here. It is a thing. People are saying it is a thing. Thank you, Chad. Love ya. I'm sorry, Mr. Jackson. Shamona. Dun, 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 dun.
Riley, you can't move walk away from your problems.
Did you guys hear that? Dun, 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 dun. He's a smooth criminal. Dun, 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 dun. Lally thinks it's okay. He really thinks it's okay, but it's not okay. You've been struck by a smooth Lally criminal. Dun 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 dun. What is that? What is it called? Cambridge? Hearst Castle? Hearst Castle. What's in Hearst Castle?
Mr. Officer, we can have the lights back up.
Can we see it from here?
Now, Sergeant, that video starts at approximately 5:30 p.m. on January 29th, correct?
Correct.
Is that before or after the ring video 153 from Exhibit 6 at 5:07 in the morning at Mr. O'Keefe's house when you can see the defendant's smashed tail?
Objection.
So the objection is sustained. Ask the question.
5:30 p.m. on January 29th, is that before or after 5:07 a.m. When you observed the defendant's vehicle on the ring video at Mr. O'Keefe's house?
That is after.
And is that before or after you observed on the ring video the defendant, Ms. Roberts, and Ms. McCabe driving the defendant's vehicle and parking it in the driveway of Mr. O'Keefe's house?
It's after.
And is it before or after about, say, 8:22 in the morning, at some point when a Canton Cruiser parks in the driveway behind the defendant's vehicle?
It's after.
And is it before or after about 12:30 p.m. or so when the defendant and her father and her brother from the videos from Exhibit 6, the ring videos on 1 Meadows Ave, are parked in and around the defendant's vehicle and then leave with the defendant's vehicle to go to Dyke?
It's after.
And is it before or after the video that you testified about on Wednesday in regard to the surveillance video from the defendant's father's house in Dighton when that vehicle is being loaded onto the truck and you can see the tail light there?
Damn it, you had to ruin it.
It's after.
You had to ruin my fun.
Now, again, you had a conversation or an interview with the defendant on the afternoon of January 29th when you were in Dutton, correct?
The timestamp, so more time has passed.
Of that interview, she made statements about her broken tail light and when that occurred, correct?
Objection.
Do you want the instruction or do you want to come see me at sidebar?
Sidebar. 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 You want to say hi to chat? You can take okay. I'm sorry. I didn't know. I thought you were going to say more than just hi. Okay. Chandler is going to be, no, wait, hold on. Chandler is going to be streaming on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday when I'm in court. Woo! I'm flying in Wednesday, flying out Friday. And Thursday, I'm going to be in court.
We're going to have so much fun.
We're going to have so much fun. Are you ready? Ready, Bobby. We are the cartoon heroes. Whoa, we are the ones who gonna last forever. We came out of a crazy mind. Whoa, and something on a piece of paper. Here comes Spider-Man, arachnophobia. Welcome to the Toontown party. Here comes Superman from Neverland.
You are unmuted.
Name that song. I'd like to know. Oh, sweet. Lackluster is in the channel. What's up, brother? It's been eternity. Lackluster's the homeboy. Way back. To like 2018.
Between the version of the video that you and the jury witnessed on Wednesday and the version that you just witnessed the entirety of right now, again, what, if any, difference as far as the depiction or people or places between those two versions of the video?
Outside of it being a mirror image of itself, it accurately depicts any activity or action in the Sally Port.
And at any point in time that you were in the Sally Port area of the Canton Police Department garage, did you or Trooper Proctor ever go near, touch, manipulate the rear passenger side taillight area or the rear passenger side quarter panel of the defendant's vehicle?
We absolutely did not.
Now, if I could turn you back to some questions you were asked on cross-examination about something that was reported to the Chief Medical Examiner's office. Do you recall that?
I do recall that.
And some questions about statements that you had made to the OCME at approximately 10:41 a.m. on January 29th. Do you recall that?
I do recall that.
And you were asked some questions about reporting it as a possible domestic assault, correct?
That is correct.
And can you explain to the jury what led to that statement as far as what you knew at that time and why you would make those statements to the medical examiner?
The Massachusetts general law directs us, just as it gives the district attorney's power to and authority over all death investigations. That's the following section 4 of that chapter. Excuse me, following section from section 4, section 5 of that chapter directs all state medical and police entities to work in coordination with the medical examiner's office. By law, we're supposed to work together on the medical legal investigations that the medical examiner's office conducts. We conduct the criminal portion of the investigation. They conduct the medical portion of the investigation. Thus, I contacted the medical examiner's office and advised them that what we had learned at the time. Up to that point, we had learned that the defendant stated that she hit him. We had collected, meaning the Canton Police Department had collected a broken glass. So based on the physical evidence and the statements made by the defendant to the first responders at the scene at that point in time, I had communicated those facts to the medical examiner's office. That way they would document it, but also be prepared to investigate the case with the most up-to-date information available.
Now, at that time that you made that statement to the representative from the Chief Medical Examiner's office, had you been to Good Samaritan Hospital and seen Mr. O'Keefe at that point?
I have not.
And had you obviously seen any of the injuries that Mr. O'Keefe had sustained prior to making that statement to the medical examiner?
I had not.
Now, as far as the information that you received, you mentioned first responders indicating that the defendant had stated, "I hit him." Who was the first responder that provided that information?
Be Canton Police Sergeant Good.
In addition to that, did you or Trooper Proctor speak with any of the Canton Fire personnel?
Yes, we did.
And who did he speak with?
I believe it was firefighter Fleming.
So firefighter Flamati, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, after going to Good Samaritan Hospital and viewing Mr. O'Keefe's injuries, as far as what you had earlier reported to the medical examiner, what, if anything, changed based on those observations as far as your opinion as to what had transpired?
Based on what I learned from observing the injuries, I could tell that the glass.
Objection.
Yeah, I'm going to allow it. You can move to strike it, but I'm going to allow it.
I could tell that the glass was most likely not the object, the weapon, which was used to cause the injury to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head.
What did he just say? The weapon that caused injuries
May I have a moment?
to the
Yes.
back of John O'Keefe's head? He just said the word weapon.
Really?
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Any recross?
Very briefly.
Okay.
In your report to the OCME, you said it was a glass to the face, not to the back of the head, correct?
Yeah, that's what he said. Freudian slip.
I'm not sure how they wrote it down, but I would need to be refreshed on my memory.
Back of the head.
May I approach?
Yes.
Oopsie daisy.
Last sentence.
He got so excited he's about to get off the stand.
May I?
Yes.
He got so excited he's getting off the stand he forgot his place. He forgot the narrative.
Yes, it does.
What did you say to the, or what did you report to the OCME?
That there was a possibility that the decedent was struck to the face with a glass.
You also, with regard to the phrase, I hit him, or the Sergeant Good and or Flamati telling you that she said, Ms. Reed said she hit him. When did Sergeant Good tell you that?
It would have been during our conversations at the police department.
And when did EMT Flamati tell you that?
He never told me that.
So the only thing you were going on with regard to the phrase or the statement that you claim my client indicated, where my client indicated she hit him, is coming from Sergeant Good.
That information at that time was provided by the first responders from the scene.
And Sergeant Good then relayed that to you, correct?
At some point, yes.
Is there a single report memorializing that Sergeant Good reported to you that morning before 10:41 a.m.? Before 10:41 a.m. that my client made the statement that she hit him?
I don't believe so.
I want to shift gears real quick to the video. A couple of quick questions about that. When did you, and I'm talking about the higher quality video, the one that was inverted. When did you receive that video? What date?
I'm not sure. It was at some point in either late April or early May.
After we had started this trial.
Objection.
Do you know?
I do not, Your Honor.
Okay.
If after mid-April, correct?
I believe so. I'm strictly speculating.
Who asked you to retrieve that video?
I did not retrieve that video.
I'm sorry, that was a presumptuous question. At what point were you asked to secure the video, or were you ever asked to secure the video?
That video was never secured by me. I was not asked to secure it. I just was asked to review it.
Okay, so who did secure the video to your knowledge?
I do not know.
You are aware that it was.
I would do, because that would be helpful to the defense.
Questions based on that. You've already testified that you knew that the Canton Police Department was recused from any investigation concerning this case, correct?
At one point, we learned that the Canton Police Department, the decision was made way above my level, and I was advised by Detective Lieutenant Tully that Canton Police had recused themselves from the investigation as far as interviews go.
And you knew that that recusal was because of a connection between the Canton Police Department and the Albert family, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you know or were you informed that the recusal was based on the connection between the Canton Police Department and the Albert family?
Objection.
So it's sustained for the same reason I sustain the Commonwealth's objection at sidebar, Mr. Jackson.
Last question. Who provided the video?
I do not know.
Canton Police Department, wasn't it?
You asked who? That's an entity.
Okay. What entity provided the video?
It came from the Canton Police Department.
Thank you. That's all I have.
There you go. Good boy.
Thank
Pat
you.
him on the head, give him a treat.
Your next witness, Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth call Officer Nicholas Barrows to the stand.
Okay.
Not Proctor Trooper. Nicholas Barrett. Which department is he with? Charlie Sandy RN says, are you headed to wine country? Napa. I'm in Santa Rosa. That's awesome.
The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Entry required says, I, Bukkake and Commonwealth, saw original video. Court and defense saw altered video. Sanctions, prejudice, kangaroo court. What the hell?
All right, whenever
Exactly.
you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Could
You're
you,
all
please state your name
set,
and
Mr.
spell your last name,
Bukkake.
Yuri?
Nicholas Barrows, Barros,
And how are you employed, sir?
with the town of Dayton.
And what, if any, role or what do you do for the
Thanks
town?
for joining on as
I'm
member, Renee Hicks.
police sergeant for the police department.
And how long in total have you been a member of the Dayton Police?
In total, started in 2011, 14 years this December.
And how long have you had the rank of sergeant with the Dayton Police?
A year and a half.
Now, if I could direct your attention to January 29th, 2022. Do you recall that date?
I do.
And were you working that date?
I was.
And do you recall what kind of shift you were working on that occasion?
I was working the 8 to 4, the day shift.
And was that the only shift that you had worked on that occasion, or how long had you been on shift by the time you came on for the 8 to 4?
That particular day, I was working from 8 a.m. to midnight. It was on a double.
Now, at some point when you first came in, with reference, if you could explain to the jury just briefly or in general terms, when you come on shift for the Dayton Police, what, if any, communication, well, first and foremost, what was your role as far as that particular shift was concerned?
I was the officer in charge that day from 8 a.m. to midnight. When I came in at 8 a.m., the outgoing shift, the midnight to 8 shift, had advised me that a resident had called the police station on a 911 call requesting a ride to Brockton Hospital to meet his daughter due to her daughter's boyfriend passing away, and he needed a ride due to the snowstorm.
And then as your shift continued, what, if any, further contact or who, if anyone, reached out to you in regard to that earlier situation?
Later on, I believe it was around 2:30 in the afternoon, I received a phone call from the Norfolk District Attorney's Office with the troopers assigned there, and they had stated that they were going to come to Dayton to retrieve a vehicle that was involved in a homicide.
And did they give you a specific address as far as where they were going?
I believe the address was 345 Country Hill Drive in Dayton, North Dayton.
And with regard to that address, what, if anything, did you recognize between that and the earlier call that you were just speaking of?
That was the address that came up on the 911 call when that gentleman had called earlier on the prior shift.
And at some point, did you come to find out who the residents were at that address on Country Hill Lane?
I did.
Okay.
Who did you find them to be?
It was the Reed residence.
All right, so Sergeant, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up, and Mr. Lally, you too.
And the Reed residence, was that a William and Janet Reed, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as you received that call at about 2:30, do you know specifically who you spoke to around 2:30 in the afternoon?
Trooper Michael Proctor.
And as far as that earlier information that you were talking about with the 911 call, what, if anything, from that did you impart to Trooper Proctor?
I advised Trooper Proctor that we did receive a 911 call on the midnight to 8 shift about the resident looking to get a ride to Brockton Hospital.
And during that initial call, how was it sort of left as far as what, if anything, you were going to provide as far as assistance or with regard to the troopers on that first call?
On the first call, the troopers just had asked me if I could meet them at that residence as a courtesy since they were coming into my jurisdiction.
And what, if anything, did they indicate to you as far as where they were or when they felt they would be arriving in that area?
Trooper Proctor advised me that they were heading, I believe, from Canton, and once they were about 10 minutes away, they would recontact me so that I could meet them at the residence.
And subsequently, later in that afternoon, did you receive further contact from Trooper Proctor?
I did.
And do you know about what time that was?
I believe the first phone call was around 3 p.m. that he had called me and said that they would be there in about 10 minutes.
And upon receiving that call, what, if anything, did you do?
I had contacted, Trooper Proctor had asked me to contact our tow company to have them meet us at the residence as well. And I said, once I hung up with him, I would contact the tow company and then respond to that address on Country Hill Drive.
Is there a specific tow company that the Dayton Police uses with regard to towing of vehicles within the town?
During that period, it was Diamond Towing.
And so did you contact someone at Diamond Towing in reference to responding to that address as well?
I did. I contacted the owner and he responded.
Now, as far as that area of Dayton, if you could explain to the jury sort of what you observed as you were coming down towards that residence on that day.
Okay, so when I responded to that address, that street is off of 138. When I turned onto Country Hill Drive, I was traveling west. When I arrived on that street, I observed a black pickup truck parked on the street facing east. I was flagged down by that black pickup truck by the driver and was told that they were the troopers that I had spoke to, Trooper Michael Proctor and the other sergeant.
Sergeant that left the room as you were coming in?
Correct.
And what if the identification did they provide to you in reference to that?
They showed me their ID and their badges.
And then from there, where did you proceed?
I had parked my marked police vehicle at the end of the driveway since it was a snowstorm and we could not get into the driveway. And then we walked up to the residence.
So when you say it was a snowstorm and we couldn't get into the driveway, can you expound upon that a little as far as explain to the jury why it was that you couldn't get into the driveway?
It was about a foot of snow in the driveway.
And as far as that snow that you observed when you arrived there, was that snow, how did that snow appear as far as, did it appear as if it had been shoveled or snow blown or untouched or how did it appear?
It was untouched.
Now, as you're going through the snow, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it's yourself, Trooper Proctor, and the sergeant from the state police, and who, if anyone else, is going along with you?
I had an officer that was field training with me that day, and he was with me as well. And we went up to the residence.
And as you're walking up to the residence, what, if anything, did you come upon as you're going towards, say, any door or getting closer to the home?
I remained at the garage. The two troopers went to the front door and made contact with the homeowner.
Now, as far as you were there specifically for a vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Did you observe a vehicle in the driveway at any time?
Yes, we observed a black Lexus SUV in the driveway.
And what, if any, observations did you make to the rear area of that vehicle specifically?
At first, I did not go up to the vehicle. I just remained at the driveway and waited for the troopers to come back. And once they came back, they were let into the house through the garage. I had walked in with them briefly and then went back out to the garage and remained with the vehicle.
And as far as at any point in time, did you have any conversation with anyone named Karen Reed that day while you were at the house?
I did not.
Now, with respect to you come back out to the garage, is that correct?
Correct.
And the troopers are inside the house, is that also correct?
Correct.
Now, at some point, do other vehicles come down to the driveway area of this residence that you were at?
I had contacted the highway superintendent after speaking with the troopers about how to retrieve the vehicle since the driveway was untouched and had about a foot of snow. I had made the decision that I would call the highway superintendent and see if that he would come and plow the driveway so that the tow truck would have access inside in the driveway.
And just in reference to this driveway, just if you could, not exact footage or anything, but how close is this Lexus SUV parked in relation to the roadway? How long is that driveway?
It's got to be about 150 feet off the roadway, if not more.
And if you recall, from where you're standing at the point of the garage, was what part of the vehicle was facing you? Was it the front of the vehicle, the back of the vehicle, the side of the vehicle?
I was looking at the left side of the vehicle.
And at some point, did you make any observations of the right rear part of that Lexus SUV?
I did.
And what, if anything, did you observe about that area of the vehicle?
I saw that there was some damage to the right rear taillight. To my best ability and recollection, that taillight was not completely damaged. It was cracked and a piece was missing, but not completely damaged.
And then beyond the taillight area of that vehicle, what, if anything else, did you observe as far as damage to the rear passenger side area?
Like a dent on the rear quarter.
And as far as the dent on the rear quarter panel that you saw, was that above the taillight, below the taillight, or something?
It's probably right in conjunction with the taillight in that same area.
And from the time that you made these observations of the vehicle, at any point did you go sort of physically up to the vehicle?
I walked up to the vehicle, correct.
And about how far away from the vehicle did you get?
5 to 10 feet away.
And as far as the sort of outside or exterior of the vehicle, you mentioned obviously there's about a foot of snow on the ground. What, if anything, precipitation-wise or weather-wise, was around or on the outside of the vehicle?
Just snow.
And in particular, in this area of the right rear passenger side and that taillight, was there any snow or ice or anything around that area that you observed?
On the vehicle itself?
Yes.
Yes, on the vehicle, there was snow on the vehicle.
And not to put words in your mouth, but sort of caked on there, is that correct?
I guess you could say caked on, correct.
So you'd reached out to the highway superintendent to have someone come out and plow the driveway, correct?
Correct.
And do you know about how long it was between the time that you made that call and the time that the plow driver came out to clear it?
Less than 10 minutes.
And the sort of clearing of the driveway and the process of that, do you know about how long that took?
I'd say another 10 minutes or so.
And as far as the time that the troopers went into the house, at some point the troopers obviously came out of the house, correct?
Correct.
Do you know about how long it was that they were inside of the house?
More than 30 minutes, less than an hour.
Now, at any point in time that while you were there, did you yourself or did you see anyone else touching or making any contact or manipulating or anything in that rear passenger side area of either the taillight or the dent that you
I did not.
I'm sorry.
I did not.
Let me have a moment, John.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Okay, cross-examination? All right, Sergeant Barrows, you are all set, sir.
Thank you.
you. Do you want to call another witness or morning recess?
Morning recess, but, Your Honor, if I could just, either before or after, I just need to address one thing with the court at sidebar.
All right, so we'll send the jurors out. Jurors, why don't we take the morning recess?
You are unmuted.
All right, so we'll take about a half an hour break.
You are muted.
All right, so sorry, I was chatting with the girlfriend, so I didn't get a chance to listen to the boring direct examination testimony of Sergeant Bedbedman, whoever that was. I forgot his name already. We are on a half-hour break? A half an hour? What? Why? Why are we on such a long break? Did Auntie Bev need to drop a deuce or something? Sorry, it's a little graphic. What did I miss? Chad, fill me in, because I can't go back. I'm not. The computer is in Kentucky, and I don't have access to it. Bev needs a bevy. No, but seriously, Chad, fill me in. What did this sergeant from was it Crichton? What do you say he was from? Crichton Beach. Oh, case dismissed. Sweet. Thank you, Chad. All right. I hope y'all have a good. No, I'm just kidding. Witness said the light was only cracked. No damage to the tail light. Ooh. Chandler is right here. Dayton. Not to be confused with Dayton. Dayton. Oh, fighter of the Dayton. Oh, champion of the court. Oh, you're a master of the motions and dismissals for everyone. He said it was cracked and only missing one piece. Oh. Oh my God.
That's kind of a big deal.
That is a huge deal. If he's going to say if that the taillight was cracked only, missing one little piece, that means someone pried that thing out manually. And now the jury knows.
It also means that whatever pieces they found on the ground, the snow, were inconsistent. They came from some other place.
Exactly.
I'm really concerned about this.
Yep. Now it's finally starting to come out what we suspected all along. This is huge, says Peckerby. Huge. He just saw a crack. And by the way, Jennifer McCabe, if you remember, the only reason I remember is because I'm dissecting her testimony. If you have not watched the series yet, folks, you definitely want to go check it out. The series is on my YouTube channel. It's on the playlist. I think we have 8 episodes that have already premiered, and there are about 4 or 5 episodes remaining that will premiere this week. One, of course, at 6 p.m. tonight, episode 9 of the cross-examination of Jennifer McCabe. It is gorgeous, folks. It is absolutely gorgeous. You do not want to miss that. You want to go check that out. I will say, Jennifer McCabe also testified, and Alan Jackson caught her on cross-examination. He was like, you testified at a grand jury that the taillight was cracked. And she's like, she pulled an Amber Heard. She was like, I use cracked and broken synonymously.
Oh, my God.
Basically.
Serious?
She didn't say those exact words, but that's basically what she meant. She's like, well, you know, cracked, broken. What's the difference? Exactly. Yeah. And that is not correct. She actually did say the truth. She did speak the truth. She said that the taillight was cracked because it was. And then later it became broken because somebody broke it. And maybe we have that on video. It's just skipped. They deleted that portion of it. Judge Bev is like, probably, I use innocent and guilty synonymously, so. It's so bad. This whole trial, it's like, it is the biggest joke that the court system has ever written in the United States of America, as far as I can tell. I mean, even O.J. Simpson's trial, even though he ended up being found not guilty after like 8.5 months of testimony, at least there, everybody knew he was guilty. He just got off on basically a technicality. The jury was like, well, there's enough reasonable doubt here. The glove doesn't fit, you must acquit. It's like, it's too easy. The glove, yeah, he put on the glove. He tried to put on the glove that they found. That's not his glove. Obviously, it didn't fit. You know, the glove doesn't fit, you must acquit. They forgot the fact that I believe there was like a lining.
First of all, when blood is absorbed into a material like leather, after it dries, it will shrink. Second of all, O.J. Simpson had arthritis in his hands, and his hands would swell to a very large size when he didn't take the medication for his arthritis. He stopped taking his medication, so his hands were swollen. Third of all, there were gloves, plastic gloves that he had to wear underneath the Bruno Mali gloves when he tried them on. Those were his freaking gloves. Everybody knows it.
Yep.
But LAPD also planted evidence. There's no way that you get one glove at the crime scene and one glove at the killer's house. That's too perfect. Now, the LAPD were corrupt, and all
were?
Yeah. Well, I don't want to disparage my boys in blue. Yes, I do. They're terrible. But one of the most significant problems with OJ's case was that the cops absolutely made sure that he would be convicted. Look at Mark Furman. Look at the entire operation. It was absolute madness. Now, it is very clear. You mess with the case, you mess with the evidence, you're not going to get the results that you want. And plus the dream team. I mean, Barry Sheck was fantastic. Emily Bailey was incredible. He hired the best defense attorneys money could buy. These are very, very, very talented individuals.
And that's exactly why he got acquitted.
Yeah.
But that took, 8.5, 9.5 months, whatever it was. I forget the exact numbers.
9 months. Yeah.
9 months of trial. This trial is going to be like total 2.5, 3 months worth when all is said and done, including jury selection, because it started April 16th, I want to say, because April 15th was tax day. I believe that was a Monday. And then April 16th was a Tuesday. And court, I remember, because I was like, wait, court is not on Monday? And everyone was like, no, there's no court on Monday. Court is starting on Tuesday. And I wanted to be there for that Tuesday, but we couldn't do it because Chandler had something going on and we had to go take care of that. So we came in on Wednesday and then we flew out Thursday. So we were in court for just one day. And so that's all I was able to squeeze into my schedule, unfortunately. So we flew out around that time. And I remember, so court started officially April 16th, June 16th, which is right around the corner, less than a week from now, is going to be at the 2-month mark. And we already know that Judge Bev said that the trial is at least going to go until the end of June. And then at the end of June, the jury is going to start deliberating. So we may have a verdict right before the Alec Baldwin trial begins, which is going to be perfect for us, because I was actually worried that this case is going to start overlapping with OJ. He's dead now. May he rest in orange juice. Alec Baldwin. Yeah. So we'll see. I guess we shall see. Plays out, but if we get it right before the 4th of July, it's going to be beautiful. It'll be like double the celebrations. Why are we on a half-hour break? Will somebody please explain to me? What's with the length? This is a complete farce. This whole trial is a joke. This whole trial is a mess, and I've never seen a bigger charade in my life. Because, like, look, my clients get wrongfully charged all the time, sometimes even wrongfully convicted. I can't save them all. You know, sometimes juries convict based on whatever. You can't predict what they're going to do and how they're going to do it sometimes. But why? Wait, it's not. No, it's not lunch. There's no way it's not lunch. It is like 11 a.m. over there. Is Beverly changing her depends? Is that what's happening?
It's about to be.
Yeah, it's going to be 11. It's 10:58. Why are we doing a 30-minute break? Did Judge Bev say anything, or did she just say we're on a 30-minute break and then walked out? Yeah, lunch is at 1. Lunch is at 1300, and now it's 1100. Military time. She wants to talk to the court about her issues. About issues? Her issues? Therapist? My biggest fan, my only fan, still blowing. Giggity. You are my only fan. So, yeah. The taillight was cracked. The taillight cracked. What a freaking crock of crap. You extrapolate the curse words I was trying to say there. What a freaking farce. Finally, we get an honest police officer on the witness stand who accidentally blurts the truth out because he's not in on the joke that Karen Reed killed him. I like that. I like that a lot, that we finally have at least one honest boy in blue. That taillight cracked the case. Wide open. That's a tweet right there. That's a tweet. That taillight cracked the case wide open. That's brilliant. Thank you for that. Kind chat. All credit goes to 4 aces. That's confused with 4 asses, also known as Zoidberg from Futurama. Don't cut that. I need that to talk. Cut it. You guys know that reference. God bless you. I can't find his dorsal fin. He won't last till morning. As he like examines Fry. The Commonwealth did not look happy after that side bath. Interesting. Yeah, sorry folks. We are driving today, so I can't I'm multitasking. I'm trying, I'm trying. Okay, Elaine, your mic, Elaine. We are gonna be home tonight. Very excited about that. And tomorrow I get a chance to get some work done because there's no court tomorrow. And then on Wednesday, I'm flying to Boston. Yes. Then Chandler is gonna be streaming on Wednesday morning. I'm gonna get you all set up, babe. And I'll show you how to work the thingy. I mean, you know how to work StreamYard.
Yeah.
You've done it before. But have you ever set up a stream? You know, like after you set it up, you have to manually go into YouTube and do all the stuff like monetization, subscriber only comments, and all that. Know how to do that?
No,
I'll teach you. It's easy, very easy.
I've done like some of that, but not all.
That is easy stuff. We are waiting for the judge to return to the bench, which should be any minute now, so that they can continue with the farce. I mean, the trial of the conviction of Karen Reed, the McAlberts. The only thing that really the McAlberts are shooting for, the McCabe's and the Alberts, I think, is they don't care if Karen Reed gets convicted at this point. It's as long as they don't get charged. That's all they really care about. As long as they protect the familia, as long as they protect themselves, then that's all they really care about. They don't care if Karen Reed. I mean, it'll help them a lot if Karen Reed gets convicted, which is not going to happen at this point. There's no evidence at all. No evidence whatsoever. Like I said, the biggest. I can't wait for the medical. He's saving the medical examiners for last because he's scared. Because he knows if he had put on Trooper Proctor first and the medical examiners second and third as witnesses in the trial, the jury would hate his guts to infinity, putting on all the family members afterwards because they'd be like, why are you doing this? There's nothing here. So he's saving the weakest parts of his case, which are the lead investigator. You know it's bad when the weakest parts of your case are the doctors and the cop who investigated the whole damn thing. You're saving the weakest parts of the case until the very end. That's how you know it's bad. So when Trooper or Trooper Proctor, whatever his name is, when he finally testifies, this case is going to be blown wide open. And it would be pretty incredible and pretty awesome if he testifies on Thursday. That's when I'm going to be in the courtroom. By the way, I don't want to be a conspiracy theorist, but I'm wondering, Auntie Bev said they're going to need to take a whole day for voir dire. If she's going to excuse the jury for Thursday to do the voir dire, I'm going to be royally pissed. Like, legitimately. Because that I don't want to give myself too much credit, but we all know that they're watching what's happening on in this case. They know who the big key players are. And they know I've been in the courtroom at least one day and I've reported back. And I like to think I do a pretty decent job at it. If they exclude the jury on Thursday, we're going to know that something's up. Especially the fact that she's already priming Jackson to a full day of testimony on voir dire when he said, I just need a couple hours, Judge. I don't know. I guess we'll see. I don't want to give myself too much credit. But I guess that remains to be seen. 90-minute voir dire times 3? Is that what it was? I thought it was shorter than that. I don't know. Time will tell, adventurous words. Time will tell. And she's like, we're doing it this week. It seemed odd. It seemed very, very odd. She seemed very adamant about it. Okay. Did somebody turn on members only chat? Why don't I see chat messages from non-members? What is happening? Did somebody turn off mods? Help me out here. Somebody turned off chat. Please turn it back on. Thank you. Yeah, OnlyFans was enabled. Why did you guys do that? There we go. That was really weird. I don't know who did that and why that happened. Oh. Why did you do that? Question mark. Where did you get that idea? Question mark. All right, moderators, you're gonna have to entertain the chat for a minute. Messages from subscribers. Do you see the bar where it says accept messages from everyone or subscribers only who have been subscribed for 10 minutes or longer? You need to get that setting enabled. Not members only. And I need to get gas. I am running low. Port back.
Tori.
Board is back in session. You may be seated.
All right, Mr. Lally, your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth to call Trooper Michael Proctor to the stand.
Oh! Trooper Proctor! Sorry. I did not mean to wake you. Oh my God. I don't get to be in the courtroom unfortunately, but hey, maybe the cross?
Just always said the answer to the court and jury in the case down here and speak the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, jurors.
Oh my God. The man, the myth, the anti-legend himself.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Would you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Trooper Michael Proctor, Proctor.
I mean, he's the natural next witness.
Take care of this one.
Wait a minute. Why is the video frozen? This is not me. Trooper Proctor broke the internet. Did they seriously turn it off? There's no way. There is no freaking way. No, you got to be kidding me. The most important witness in this trial, and the camera is going to break? This has to be a joke. It's working on other networks. All right, let me get gas first, and then I'll let my tech guy know to turn on a different stream. Can you find a different stream where the testimony is working, please? It is apparently not working on NBC 10. All right, he's working on it.
Possible medical situation.
Oh, wait, it's back.
And
It's
based on
back.
that initial call and that initial information that you received, what, if anything, did you do?
And at that point, I knew I needed to gather further information. So I contacted Detective Lank from Canton Police Department to see exactly what transpired in the morning. He had informed me that a male party had been transported to Good Samaritan Hospital with some injuries. Detective Lank didn't have much more information, so I knew I needed to contact the paramedic at the hospital, the individual who's treating Mr. O'Keefe.
Before we get to that, if I could, I'm sorry. As far as Detective Sergeant Lank was concerned, was that someone that you called on your own, or how did you get his information, or why did you call him specifically?
I knew he was on scene, so I called Detective Lank.
So that was some information that you had received at some point earlier, and then you contacted Detective Sergeant Lank.
Correct.
And following that, you reached out to whom? I'm sorry.
This firefighter Anthony Flamati.
And with reference to that conversation, what, if anything, did you learn from that?
Firefighter Flamati informed me that
I'm going to allow it.
Firefighter Flamati informed me that Mr. O'Keefe had some injuries to his right arm, some abrasions to his right arm, some injuries to his eyes, a cut to the nose area, and he put a 10% chance of survival for Mr. O'Keefe.
And then based on that information, who did you call next?
I contacted Sergeant Bukhenik, advised him that this sounds like it's more than a medical situation.
And what, if any, decision did you and Sergeant Bukhenik come to with regard to what to do or where to go or what the next step should be?
So there's a couple different steps. Number one, it was blizzard conditions, and we operate, Ford Fusions or Chevy Malibu. So we got authorization to use our personal vehicles that are four-wheel drive, and to meet at Canton PD and to speak with the responding officers.
And about what time was it that you and Sergeant Bukhenik arrived at the Canton Police Department?
It was approximately 10 a.m. that morning.
And so, Trooper Proctor, if I could ask you, whereabouts were you at about 8:22 in the morning?
Home.
Had you shoveled out of your driveway at that time?
Not yet.
Had you cleaned off your car at that time?
No.
So you arrived at the Canton Police Station about 10 a.m. or so. When was it that you arrived in relation to Sergeant Bukhenik, if you know?
At Canton PD?
Yes.
I don't recall if Sergeant Bukhenik arrived first or myself.
But suffice it to say, at some time you both arrived around 10 a.m., is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And where did you go with the Canton Police when you arrived there?
We spoke with the Sergeant Sean Good.
And what, if anything, did you learn from Sergeant Good?
Sergeant Good informed us that while he was on scene, he identified Kerry Roberts, Jennifer McCabe, Karen Reed. He also informed us that Jennifer McCabe was out early in the night at a waterfall bar in Canton with some individuals, and that she was the one who called 911 when they found Mr. O'Keefe in the snow that morning.
Now, with regard to the parties that you just mentioned, prior to January 29th, 2022, had you ever met or were you aware of either Jennifer McCabe or Kerry Roberts, or Karen Reed, or John O'Keefe?
I've never met any of them.
And at some point subsequent, did you have occasion to meet and speak with Ms. Reed?
Yes.
And do you see Ms. Reed in the courtroom today?
I do.
Just for clarification purposes, if you could identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing that she's wearing.
She's seated between Mr. Jackson and Mr. Yannetti, wearing a pinstripe sport coat.
No, I just asked the record reflect identification of the defendant.
Yes.
Now, after you speak with Sergeant Good, did you speak with anybody else at the Canton Police Station?
No.
And where did yourself and Sergeant Bukhenik go from there?
We then traveled to the home of Matthew and Jennifer McCabe.
Now, with reference to when I say you and Sergeant Bukhenik, at how long a period of time was it that you were with Sergeant Bukhenik on that date of January 29th?
It's from 10 a.m. approximately when we met at Canton Police Department until when we returned to the Canton Police Department that afternoon around 5:30 in the afternoon. So all day. And we also had a debrief meeting with just the troopers in my office at Canton PD. So at least from 10 to 6, 7, because we also went back to the office with some evidence.
And so from that entire time, from 10 in the morning until later on in the night, other than maybe short drives in individual cars, were you essentially with Sergeant Bukhenik that entire day?
Yes, we used Sergeant Bukhenik's pickup truck that entire day. I left my personal vehicle at the police department, and I rode with Sergeant Bukhenik all day and into the evening.
Now, from the Canton Police Station, where did you and Sergeant Bukhenik go?
The McCabe's house in Canton.
And who, if anyone, did you speak with there?
We spoke with Matthew and Jennifer McCabe, as well as Brian Albert.
And those interviews that you conducted, were they how were they conducted?
One-on-one, Sergeant Bukhenik and myself kind of rotated out Jennifer, Matthew, and Brian. So first we interviewed Jennifer, And then once that was completed, we had her step out, go to a separate room, brought in Matthew, and then the same thing with Brian.
And for the balance of the interviews that you conducted several interviews over the course of your investigation in this case. Is that correct?
Correct.
And for those interviews, as far as individually done, was that primarily what you did with each of the people that you interviewed over the course of the investigation?
Yes, each interview conducted was either with Sergeant Bukhenik or another trooper in one-on-one, with the exception of Julie and Chris Albert, I believe, were in the same room as us.
Now, with respect to, I believe you just answered it, but as far as each of the interviews that you conducted over the course of your investigation, was it at any point in time, was there an interview that you conducted just by yourself?
There was just one.
And who was that one that you conducted by yourself?
That took place just at the grand jury across the street. It was the Currans. I had some difficulty locating them, so when they appeared for grand jury, I interviewed them one-on-one by myself prior to their testimony at grand jury.
You had attempted to meet with them prior to them coming to the grand jury, is that correct?
Yes.
And they had not been responsive to that?
Correct.
However, they were responsive to the summons, and so you interviewed them before they went into the grand jury, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Other than those, as far as Mr. and Mrs. Curran, every interview that you conducted was in the presence of at least one other trooper?
Correct.
Now, as far as you mentioned one name that we hadn't discussed before at the McCabe household, a Brian Albert. Prior to January 29th, 2022, had you ever met or were you aware or did you know Brian Albert?
And I've met Brian Albert until that interview.
Now, following the interviews that you conducted at the McCabe household, where did you go from there?
After the interviews at the McCabe household, Sergeant Bukhenik and I traveled to Good Samaritan Hospital for two reasons. One, we knew Miss Reed was there receiving treatment for Section 12. And two, we wanted to view Mr. O'Keefe.
And when you arrived at the Good Samaritan Hospital, was the defendant, Miss Reed, still at that facility at that time?
We'd spoke with the security staff at Good Samaritan Hospital.
That's why.
They informed us that Miss Reed was released.
I'll allow it just as to where you went.
That Miss Reed was released several hours prior to our arrival.
And do you know about what time it was that you arrived, yourself and Sergeant Bukhenik, at the Good Samaritan?
Maybe approximately 1 o'clock.
And you mentioned there was a second reason, and that was to view Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
That's correct.
And did your application, or did you have a chance to view Mr. O'Keefe's body at the Good Samaritan?
We did.
And where was that within the hospital?
That was in the emergency room.
And when you went to where Mr. O'Keefe was, can you describe for the jury what, if any, observations you made of Mr. O'Keefe's body at the time that you observed?
The first thing I noticed on Mr. O'Keefe is he had abrasions on his right arm. On the top of his right arm, there's approximately 6 to 8, ranging from his forearm to his lower bicep. There was no injuries underneath that forearm. Both eyes were swollen and black and blue. He had a cut on, I believe it was his right nostril. Another smaller cut, I believe it was on his left eye.
Cuts. SUVs don't leave cuts.
Those were the injuries that kind of jumped out to me.
At any point in time, did you make any observations of the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head while you were there?
I did observe blood on the back of the head. I wasn't able to tell if there's any significant trauma to the back of his head.
Now, from the Good Samaritan Hospital, yourself and Sergeant Bukhenik, what, if any, items did you secure in evidence from the Good Samaritan Hospital?
So after we viewed Mr. O'Keefe's body, we observed a pile of clothes in the corner that hospital staff had cut off Mr. O'Keefe and kind of piled into the corner. The one thing that had jumped out to both of us was one sneaker. And it's fairly common in a motor vehicle pedestrian strike that.
Sustained. Next question. I'll strike from fairly common, the observations.
Oh yeah, he's trying
Or the
to
clothing that you
argue
observed,
that
can you
person
describe the clothing that
flies
you
out of their
Yes.
shoes.
We observed one black sneaker with a
You
Nike
know, for that
logo,
to happen.
a pair of blue jeans, a belt, boxer shorts, an orange t-shirt, and a two-tone gray light kind of hooded sweatshirt type of material.
Now, Trooper Proctor, over the course of your career responding to unattended deaths or death investigations as a member, as a detective of the unit, how many of those have involved situations where a pedestrian was struck by a motor vehicle?
Well, I've been in the unit, maybe 3 or 4, and then I've had other experiences on the road.
And as far as the other experiences on the road, can you expound upon those as far as how many or over what time period we're talking about?
About 6 years I spent on the road, so maybe another 3 or 4.
And with reference to those pedestrian crashes, what, if anything, had you seen in those prior investigations in regard to sneakers or footwear of pedestrians involved in motor vehicle crashes?
Objection.
I'm going to see you at sidebar on this.
Oh man, Lally is really trying to get this in. He really wants him to testify about what he knows about pedestrian crashes and sneakers flying off. By the way, folks, it is a real thing. For the record, it is a real thing. When a vehicle is traveling like 60 miles an hour and crashes into a person, there's a very likely possibility that they will fly out of their sneakers. If they have a hat, the hat will remain stationary. They'll fly out of their sneakers. It's like their clothes stay behind and the body flies due to the inertia. But the only problem is you have to be going at a pretty significant speed in order for that to happen. It doesn't just happen at like 5 miles an hour, 10 miles an hour. You have to go really, really fast. And there is absolutely no way that it happened here. No way at all. 0% chance. I guess we're going to find out at the end of the day which day Auntie Bev is going to pick as the day for the voir dire. I hope she picks Friday. I really hope she picks Friday. That way I get to listen to to witness testimony. Maybe Trooper Proctor on cross. I don't know how long he's going to be on the stand for cross, but it's going to be interesting. The direct examination just started.
See, John?
Yes.
Now, with reference to your prior experience with pedestrian crashes involving motor vehicles, what, if any, observations have you made on those prior occasions in regard to the footwear with respect to the pedestrians in motor vehicle crashes?
In those experiences, I've observed one, if not both, pieces of footwear remained at the point of impact.
And so, with respect to your observations
one, if
of
not
the
more,
clothing, there only being
talks like
one
that.
sneaker of Mr. O'Keefe's property, what, if any, significance did that have to you as far as the sort of steps you took subsequent in your investigation?
That was just a little piece of evidence that Sergeant Bukkake and I picked up, that only one piece of footwear revealed the potential of a vehicle strike.
Now, in addition to Sergeant Bukhenik is one of your supervisors within the detective unit, is that correct?
Yes,
And is another one a Lieutenant Brian Tully?
that's correct.
Now, with respect to the one sneaker that was found in Mr. O'Keefe's property, what, if anything, with regard to that, did you communicate to Lieutenant Tully?
Objection.
As to how it goes to the investigation,
Yes.
I'll allow it.
So Sergeant Bukkake and I informed DLT Tully that there was one shoe at the hospital.
And with respect to Detective Lieutenant Tully, Are you aware that subsequently in the afternoon, that there was a search that was conducted in the area of 34 Fairview Road where Mr. O'Keefe was found?
Yes.
And are you aware of what, if anything, was recovered in the area where Mr. O'Keefe was found on that day?
Objection.
I'll allow it as to the investigation.
Yes.
And what are you aware?
We were informed, Sergeant Bukhenik and I were informed that SIR team and Detective Lieutenant Tully discovered a black Nike sneaker with the white swoosh logo that was a match to Mr. O'Keefe's shoe at the hospital.
Now, from these items of clothing, I'm sorry, let me just let the siren move on.
The sirens are back. We all know what that means.
Trooper, in addition to the shoe that you already referenced, what, if anything else, did you observe about what kind of clothing and the condition of the clothing that you observed in the hospital?
The clothing seemed, it was wet. It was pretty well saturated. The right sleeve had some like cuts to it, like tears to it. There's like blood and vomit on it, if I recall. Those were the observations I had made of the clothing. And they had been cut due to rendering first aid as well, the pants area.
Now, subsequent to viewing these clothing items at the hospital at a later time, did you have occasion to observe surveillance video from a variety of places on the evening of January 28th into the early morning of January 29th, depicting Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you note with regard to the clothing that you observed at the hospital and the clothing that you observed in the video?
So the videos I reviewed at CF McCarthy's bar and the Waterfall bar were the same clothes Mr. O'Keefe was wearing that Sergeant Bukhenik and I had secured at Good Samaritan Hospital.
Now, Trooper, I'm going to ask you some questions just in regard to securing these items specifically as evidence, but in general terms, as far as securing items and evidence within your unit. How is that accomplished? How is that done? What do you do with items that you deem of evidentiary value that you then secure?
Generally, if we take an item for evidence, we'll put it in a brown paper bag, document it, time, date, who secured that item, address, where it's discovered, and then we'll bring that back to our office, to the evidence processing area. From there, it'll go to a permanent evidence room that has triple retention. It has an actual key, a key card, and an actual access code, and only 3 members of my office have access to that room. The 2 evidence officers and Detective Lieutenant Tully.
And at this time, in January 29th, 2022, who was assigned as the evidence officers who had access to that room?
So that'd be Trooper David Achico and Trooper Jeffrey Kukowski.
Did either yourself or Sergeant Bukhenik have any access to that evidence storage?
No.
Now, with reference to these items that were seized and say items that were seized subsequent during the course of your investigation, did they go through that same sort of evidentiary storage process that you were speaking about before?
Yes.
Now, with reference to, in addition to the clothing items, at some point did you come into possession and seize Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Yes.
And do you recall where it was that you received or retrieved Mr. O'Keefe's phone from?
We received it at the Canton Police Department.
And was that prior to you going to the Good Samaritan?
After, I believe.
After. So following the Good Samaritan, where did you go from there?
So after the Good Samaritan Hospital, Sergeant Bukhenik and I traveled to 345 Country Hill Drive in Dighton.
And why did you go to that location?
That was the residence of Miss Reed's parents' home, and having a brief conversation with Miss Reed on the phone, she informed us she was at her parents' house.
So you had called Miss Reed, spoken to her, and informed her that you were coming there to speak, correct?
Correct.
And just as you had done with Ms. McCabe, Mr. McCabe, you spoke to Ms. Reed within her home?
Yes.
And who, if anyone else, did you reach out to on your way there with regard to local law enforcement as you were driving to Dayton?
We contacted the Dayton Police Department just for a couple of reasons. One, it's a common courtesy. If we're in another town, we just kind of give the local PD a heads up. But also we needed to coordinate a plow truck and potentially a tow truck as well.
And why did you need to coordinate those?
At the time, there must have been at least a foot of snow on the ground, more. And it was a dead-end cul-de-sac, so which made it difficult to navigate. So we requested the plow to clear a path for Sergeant Bukhenik and I to get down the roadway, as well as clear the driveway of the residents, so the tow truck could pull into the driveway.
Now, as far as the drive from Good Samaritan, that's in Brockton, is that correct?
Yes.
As far as the drive from the Good Samaritan Brockton to the defendant's parents' home in Dayton, about how long a drive was that, and how would you describe the weather conditions along the way?
Yeah, the weather conditions were whiteout, high winds, blizzard conditions. We had to travel very slow. It was almost about an hour to get there.
And when you arrived there, you're in Sergeant Bukhenik's truck, is that correct?
Correct.
And where did Sergeant Bukhenik position the truck in relation to the house at 345 Country Hill?
From what I recall, Sergeant Bukhenik went down the cul-de-sac and turned around, and he actually had to let me out first because of the high snowbanks, and then he parked kind of along the snow, pointing essentially to Mr. Reed's house.
And at some point, did members of the Dayton Police come along and join?
Yes.
And do you recall who those people were?
I believe one of the officers' last name was Barros or Barrios.
And had you ever met that officer before?
No.
Now, with respect to the home, had you and Sergeant Bukhenik approached the home at any point prior to the Dayton Police showing up?
I can't recall if, no, they had arrived first before we approached the home.
And when you approached the home, you went, what did you traverse? How did you get from the street to the home?
We walked down the driveway, and then we observed Miss Reed's Lexus parked in the driveway, the front of it facing one of the garage doors. And that's when we observed the broken taillight on the right side of the vehicle. We then proceeded to the front door. The snow was about up to our waist, and knocked on the door and was greeted by Mr. Reed.
So as you're walking up the driveway towards the home, you see Miss Reed's vehicle, is that correct?
Yes.
And that's a vehicle that you later subsequently found to be registered to Miss Karen Reed, is that correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
So I'm showing you documents, 4 pages in length. Just ask you to review that after we finish. And do you recognize that document, sir?
Yes.
What do you recognize it to be?
The Registry of Motor Vehicles, it's the certified document for Miss Reed's Lexus.
Is that the plate information that's contained in there? Is that the same plate that was affixed to Miss Reed's vehicle on that day?
Yes.
And that also details sort of the history or how long she's had possession of that vehicle. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Going back to, I believe, 2021. Is that correct?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I will seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
No objection.
Now, with respect to Ms. Reed, at some point you go into the house, is that correct?
Yes.
And how do you enter into the defendant's parents?
So Sergeant Bukhenik and I, after we had knocked on the front door, Mr. Reed directed us around the corner, opened up the garage door for us and invited us in.
Now, if I could take you back to, I'm sorry, just as far as when you're coming up the driveway and you're passing by the defendant's vehicle, you mentioned some damage that you observed to the right rear passenger side area. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you describe to the jury what it was specifically that you observed as far as damage to that area of the vehicle?
Yeah, the right rear taillight had such large pieces missing from it.
So you proceed inside the home, and where is it that you're directed, and where is the defendant?
We're invited into a large living room area. Miss Reed is seated on a couch, and her parents, William and Janet, are present for the conversation and kind of standing off to the side.
Everything else is pristine.
And that conversation goes
It's the
on
most
for
perfect car accident I've ever heard in my life.
Approximately half hour, 40 minutes.
And when you
The only damage that he noticed.
terminate that conversation, you come back outside of the home. Is that correct?
Yes.
Only damage.
Where is the vehicle at this point?
That is being put
Impact
on
with
the
human body
tow
was
truck.
the most perfect.
Now, in addition to the defendant's vehicle, what if anything
Unbelievable.
else was taken and seized as evidence from?
I
the
don't believe
defendant
a word of it.
After confirming the phone Miss Reed was holding was in fact hers, we told her we were seizing the phone and we'd be writing a search warrant for that.
Now, during the course of the conversation that you and Sergeant Bukhenik had with the defendant that afternoon at her parents' home in Dayton, were there some questions in relation to contact information for other people that were at bars or different establishments the night before?
Yes, we asked Miss Reed specifically for some of the friends that Mr. O'Keefe was with at CF McCarthy's. One person in particular was Michael Camerano. So we observed Miss Reed enter the passcode on her phone, retrieve Mr. Camerano's phone number for us, provided to us, and that just further confirmed that was her cell phone.
Now, through your training experience, when a cell phone is seized from a person, what, if anything, is it that you do with regard to that cell phone to preserve the information on?
Well, first thing we do is we put it in airplane mode, and then we give it to a cell phone expert in our office, Trooper Nicholas Garino, and he essentially tries to access the data in that phone once a search warrant is obtained.
Now, as far as putting that cell phone in what you described as airplane mode, what is the purpose of that?
It's to avoid if someone wants to go on a tablet or a laptop and access the information on their phone, and they can start deleting stuff off their iCloud. This prevents that.
So you secure the phone, you secure the vehicle on the tow truck, and then where did you and Sergeant Bukhenik go from there?
We follow the tow truck from the address in Dayton to the Canton Police Department. We're secured in the Sallyport Bay.
And if you know approximately what time was it that you arrived at the Canton Police Department and secured the defendant's vehicle in the Sallyport Bay?
So we left Dayton around 4:16 p.m. and arrived in Canton at the police department at approximately 5:31 p.m.
And with reference to the Canton Police Department's Sallyport garage, why was the vehicle taken there?
I wasn't part of that decision, but it's my understanding that it was a heated facility. The other options were, I believe, the barracks in Milton, but that's not large enough to house a vehicle that size, and it's not heated.
And in regard to the heated, what was the sort of purpose or utility of storing it in a heated setting?
Miss Reed's vehicle was covered with snow and ice at the time. It was transported from Dayton to Canton.
And with regard to the Sallyport garage area of the Canton Police Department, at some point were you inside that area?
Yes.
And what, if any, observations did you make as far as the temperature or the heating within that facility?
I don't remember the exact, I couldn't put a ballpark on temperature, but it was certainly warmer than outside.
Now, as far as the vehicle was concerned, either on scene, either in Dayton or at the Sallyport garage, or at any point in time that you were in the presence of that vehicle, What, if any, contact did you have? What, if anything, did you do or observe Sergeant Bukhenik to do with regard to that damaged area you described on the right rear passenger side?
Yeah. Sergeant Bukhenik and I never touched any part of that vehicle.
And as far as the moving it from sort of the tow truck into the Sallyport area, how was that accomplished?
The tow truck driver removed it from the tow truck and pulled it into the Sallyport Bay.
Now, as far as prior to leaving that Sallyport area of the garage where the vehicle was, what, if anything, did you and Sergeant Bukhenik do with reference to securing that vehicle or coordinating it off in any way, shape?
We tried to set up a perimeter as best we could using caution tape, just kind of sectioned it off with caution tape.
Now, at some point, you leave the Sallyport area, the Canton Police Station, and where did you go from there?
We had a debrief meeting. So there's other troopers. There's troopers at scene on 34 Fairview Road. There's other troopers conducting interviews. So at the end of the night, members of my office met in a conference room at the Canton Police Department to exchange information as far as what everyone had learned throughout the day.
And as far as that meeting is concerned, that's just troopers from your unit, from your office, is that correct?
That's correct.
And so there were no members of the Canton Police Department that were present for that, is that correct?
No, correct.
And do you know why that was?
That maybe by
They
phone.
had taken a step back from the investigation. They weren't going to participate in any interviews or anything of that nature.
And how was that communicated to you? And
Do not believe that for a second.
The best of my recollection was that debrief meeting that we were informed that essentially Canton PD would be taking a step back from the investigation and that now
That's
this
a great
is solely
question,
a Norfolk State Police investigation.
So before
That's a
we get
great
to
question.
sort of the debriefing and all that's covered in that, as far as when you're on call, you get a call for any kind of sort of homicide or unattended death or anything like that. You then become what's called a case officer for that investigation. Is that correct?
Correct.
And can you describe
Karen Reed
for
does
the
not need
jurors
to prove her
who
innocence.
the role is of case officer vis-a-vis the rest of
Not within a speedy trial, that's right.
So essentially a case officer is more of a facilitator. You kind of delegate out tasks, coordinate interviews. The case officer isn't the sole decision maker. I have supervisors. I have that we bounce ideas off of. I get feedback from. I also keep them updated. It's a collaborative effort in each investigation. We're a small office, so when a homicide comes in, everyone essentially drops what they're doing, and we all work on it together. So it's a collective effort to work on these cases, and essentially the case officer is just kind of the record keeper of all the reports that come in and video that comes in. But when it comes down to decision-making time, it's a group effort.
Now, with reference to that collaborative effort that you were just discussing in this sort of debriefing meeting, so there were other troopers doing other things or other tasks throughout the course of the day of the 29th, correct?
Yes.
And so what was sort of the purpose of or not specifically what was discussed, but in general terms, what was discussed during the course of this debriefing?
The taillight piece is found at 34 Fairview Road by CERT. The one sneaker found at 34 Fairview Road. Interviews conducted, and then Sergeant Bukhenik and I also shared everything we had kind of learned throughout the day as well.
And that debriefing meeting, if you know about how long approximately did that take in this case?
I can't recall, maybe half hour.
And so following that meeting, where did you go from there?
Sergeant Bukhenik and I had secured some evidence, the clothing from Good Samaritan Hospital, the additional sneaker found at 34 Fairview Road, as well as the taillight pieces discovered at 34 Fairview Road, and Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone and Miss Reed's cell phone, and him and I transported those to the office in Canton.
And when you transported them to the office in Canton, what, if anything, did you do with those items?
The 2 cell phones were given to Trooper Nicholas Garino, and the clothing was laid out on top of butcher paper to dry out in our evidence intake area. And then the bag taillight pieces were set aside in the evidence intake processing area. Sergeant Bukhenik and I didn't have access to the permanent evidence locker area, so we just secured them in the temporary intake area.
And that leads me to my next question. As far as the area that you're talking about with regard to the clothing items and the other items that you secured beyond the cell phones, that was in a secure area of your office, is that correct?
Correct.
And by secure, I mean restricted access to the troopers within your unit, correct?
Correct. It's you need a key card, and it's also equipped with an alarm.
Now, following that, as far as these items of evidence and other items of evidence that are seized throughout the course of an investigation, how is it that they go, or what, if anything, is done, if you know, between the time that they go from this temporary storage area to the permanent storage area?
Yeah, I'm not an evidence officer. I never have been. My understanding is once it's in the evidence processing area, it gets put into the permanent evidence room that only, like I said, two troopers and a detective lieutenant have access to. And it's the evidence officer's responsibility to process that material when they see fit.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to February 1st of 2022. Were you working in regard to this investigation on that date as well?
Yes.
And at some point, did you have occasion to go back to the Canton Police Department, specifically in the Sallyport garage area?
I did.
And what was the purpose of you going out to the Sallyport garage on that?
Pursuant to a search warrant, we were processing Miss Reed's Lexus SUV.
And when you say we, who, if anyone else, was present with you, or who, if anyone else, did you contact in reference to the processing pursuant to that search warrant of the defendant's vehicle? So
we had a chemist from the State Police Lab, Miss Maureen Hartnett, as well as a trooper from Crime Scene Services, Trooper Zachary Clark. And then later in the day, the accident recon team, Trooper Joe Paul, had arrived as well.
Now, if I could just ask you a couple questions in regard to Crime Scene Services section. Can you describe for the jury sort of what their role is in regard to investigations that you do and how they're sort of contacted?
So in any scene, if it's required for it to be documented, Crime Scene Services will arrive. They'll document the scene with photographs. In more serious situations, in a homicide, for instance, they'll actually take video as well as dust fingerprints.
Now, with respect to this particular investigation, there were a number of different areas or different times when Crime Scene Services was contacted to document things, correct?
Yes.
And that would include a Good Samaritan when you observed injuries to Mr. O'Keefe?
Correct.
That would include the autopsy that was performed to Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
That would include February 1st in the Sallyport garage when the search warrant was executed on the defendant's vehicle?
Correct.
That would include subsequent searches that occurred at Fairview Road, is that correct?
Yes.
And with respect to each of those instances, if you know, was it ever the same trooper from Crime Scene Services section that came out and memorialized each of those respective areas?
Yeah, it was a different trooper each time.
And is that something that you or any member of your unit has any control over whatsoever as far as who shows up from Crime Scene Services to memorialize or document a scene?
No.
Now, with respect to the search warrant execution on February 1st, what I want to ask is between the time that you were in the garage on January 29th, 2022, and the time that you're there for the search warrant execution on February 1st, had you been in that Sallyport area of the Canton Police Station at any time in between?
No.
Now, with respect to the taillight area on the passenger side of the defendant's vehicle, what, if any, differences or what, if any things you note sort of between your observations of the taillight on the 29th versus your observations on February 1st?
Yeah, the only difference from the 29th to the 1st was snow and ice had melted from the taillight.
So as far as the condition of that particular taillight, was it in essentially the same condition that you observed it on the 29th when you observed it on the 1st?
Yes, it was still broken and large pieces missing from it.
But as far as the broken status of it and the pieces that were missing, was it any more broken or any more pieces missing from it when you saw it on the 1st versus when you saw it on the 29th?
No.
And with respect to the taillight housing for that vehicle on that particular day, what, if anything, happened with it on that day, if you know?
The state police chemist, Ms. Hartnett, had it removed, which she brought to the lab herself.
So she had it removed it herself, and then physically took it with her when she left to the lab?
Yeah, I was with the assistance of a Canton police officer who had an auto body shop, so he's kind of well versed in cars, so he was able to assist the chemist with removing the housing unit.
Now, at any point in time on that day of February 1st, 2022, did you come into contact physically or otherwise with that tail light? Did you handle it in any way, shape, or
No.
form? Your Honor, if I may, with the court's permission, I would request to publish. Give me one moment, Your Honor. If I may have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
My apologies, Your Honor. With the court's permission, if I could publish a portion of Exhibit 34,
Okay.
the Sally Port video. Ms. Gilman, if I could have from February 1st, 2022. At approximately 9:12 a.m. You can just pause it right there. Thank you. Your Honor, if I may, it may be easier and more visible with this particular video with the lights on.
Okay.
Try that.
Sure.
Trooper Proctor, directing your attention to what's up on the screen is Exhibit 34. Do you recognize what's depicted on the screen?
Yes, that's the Sallyport area Canton Police Department and Miss Reed's Lexus kind of roped off with yellow caution tape.
And this is the execution of that search warrant that you were speaking about before, as far as your presence and some of the other members of the state police and the state police lab that you were talking about.
Correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could run it from here for just a few minutes. So while this is going, if I could just ask a couple questions as far as people within this video, do you recognize anyone in this video?
Yeah, myself, kind of the top of the screen. Trooper Zach Clark, we the one with the camera taking photographs of the vehicle.
Now, with reference to this video from the Sallyport Garage of the Canton Police Department, what, if anything, did you learn over the course of this in regard to how that video is recorded, or how it's, what, if anything, sort of activates that video?
Objection.
Ask it differently, Mr. Lally.
As far as this video is concerned, is this one continuous time frame that we're looking at, or how is it?
Objection.
Sustain.
My understanding, it's motion
That
active.
means you can't answer.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You can ask a different.
I'm not sure there was anything said.
No.
Oh, right. I'll strike if there was anything. But Mr. Lally, just ask a question, please.
With respect to this video, as far as the recording is set up, how is that activated, or how does it record?
Objection. Same question.
Yeah, how does he know that? It's sustained.
Have you watched this video or other videos from the Canton Police Department, Sally Port Garage?
Yes.
What, if anything, did you note with regard to timing? As far there is a timestamp on the video, is that correct?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you note with regard to the timestamp on this video or the other videos that you observed with regard to how time moved throughout the video?
The timestamp on the video tends to pause, indicating it's motion activated.
It tends to pause. I'll strike it.
It's going to run until about 9:24. Ms. Gilman, you can take that. Thank you very much. Now, Trooper, with regard to that taillight that was then taken by Ms. Hartnett to the lab, is that correct?
Yes.
And at some point that was returned to the custody of the state police, your detective unit?
Correct.
And do you have that taillight housing with you today in court?
I do.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if the trooper could retrieve that?
Okay.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Probably be easier that way. Sir, you can stay right there. Handing you an item, sir. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that?
I recognize that to be the housing unit.
And as far as your recognizing of the housing unit, is there any sort of denotation or anything on the outside of that box indicating what's contained therein?
There's a State Police Crime Lab sticker with the number associated with it. It also indicates fragile and evidence tape that is initialed and dated as well when it's sealed up. And the sticker also says passenger side TA, indicating taillight.
Thank you, sir. Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would seek to admit and introduce that as the next exhibit.
Do you want it out of the box first, Mr. Jackson?
If we could just take a quick look at it.
Sure.
Sure.
With the court's permission, if
Yes.
And Trooper, you can go ahead and put that back in the box. Thank you very much.
Put it on the thing. We need to mark that. And we're going to mark it twice, folks. We're going to mark the bag within the box and we'll mark the box as well. Thank you. Nancy.
I'm sorry, Trooper, if you could hand that to Madam Clerk.
Sorry, hold on. Hold on. So it's going to be 544 and 544A.
You want me to inquire, was the A the light and the 44 is the bag?
We're not even putting it right on the light because it's broken.
Understood.
So we're putting 544 on the bag, 544A on the box.
Understood. Thank you.
You put that on the bag, please, sir. $544, $544A. Thank you.
Trooper, with respect to that item that's just been marked as evidence, is that essentially the condition that you observed it in both on January 29th and February 1st?
Yes. Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could ask just to publish what's been marked as Exhibit 147.
Okay.
Trooper Proctor, do you recognize what's up on the screen that's been marked as Exhibit 147?
Yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
That is the right taillight of Miss Reed's Lexus SUV, and you can see large pieces of it are missing.
Again, is that the same condition that you observed it both on February 1st as well as January 29th, obviously minus the snow and the ice?
Yeah, minus the snow and ice, sir, yes.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down, Mr. Officer. You can have the lights back up. Thank you. Now, if I could turn your attention to February 3rd of 2022. In the morning hours of that date, where did you go in regard to this investigation?
Sergeant Bukhenik, Trooper David Achico, and myself went to 34 Fairview Road along with Trooper Evan Brandt from Crime Scene Services to essentially dig out the snow in pursuit for more evidence.
Now, as far as you mentioned, as far as dig out the snow in pursuit of other evidence, what, if any, tools or implements did you and the other troopers bring with you in order to effectuate that on February 5th?
We just had kind of standard snow shovels.
And with respect to that, as far as going back to 34 Fairview Roads, and let me clarify as far as that's concerned. Prior to that date of February 3rd, 2022, had you been to 34 Fairview Road at any point in time in the course of your investigation?
No.
So that morning of February 3rd, that's the first time that you went?
Correct.
Now, with respect to, is that, how many times did you go to the area of 34 Fairview Road over the course of the next sort of days and weeks in regard to potential recovery of items?
So February 3rd, I retrieved items on the 8th, the 11th, and 18th, and we was out there on the 10th with Sergeant Bukhenik as well.
Now, as far as any of those occasions that you just described, that you went to the area of 34 Fairview Road, on any of those occasions, were you by yourself?
No.
And with respect to those other occasions, what type of people or who was with you? I know you've mentioned on the 3rd, but beyond the 3rd, those other occasions that you described, who was with you?
On the 18th, I believe it was Trooper Chico, based on the handwriting on the evidence bag, kind of recognized his handwriting. And the other 2 dates, I don't recall who was out there with me.
Now, with respect to items that were located, starting with the 3rd, do you recall specifically what, if any, items were located on the 3rd?
We've located a black drinking straw, consistent with the one seen in the waterfall video of Mr. O'Keefe walking out of the bar holding the glass. We located his hat that had the American flag that was deep underneath the snow. As we were digging, we discovered that. We further discovered other pieces of plastic as well.
Now, as far as these return trips on successive dates to 34 Fairview Road, what was the reasoning behind that, or what was sort of the plan in reference to why were there so many different dates that you returned to 34 Fairview Road with other troopers?
So after the 29th, it was close to 2 feet of snow that had fallen. And in the days and weeks that had followed, the temperatures ranged from 30 degrees up to 60 degrees. And there was about a half a dozen days mixed in of, heavy rain. So as the snow started to melt, more evidence started to present itself.
So there were items that you recovered on the 3rd, and then items you recovered on successive dates that weren't visible or you didn't see on the 3rd, correct?
Correct.
Now, if I could, keeping you on February 3rd, you mentioned that there was a Trooper Evan Brent that was present with you during the search on that day as well?
Yes.
Now, in addition to going to 34 Fairview Road, where else did yourself and Trooper Brent go on that particular day?
We traveled to One Meadows Ave, Mr. O'Keefe's residence.
And is that the first time that you had been to One Meadows Ave or Mr. O'Keefe's residence?
Yes.
Now, with respect to that residence, why is it that you and Trooper Brent went there on February 3rd?
We wanted to document Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle to show that there was no damage to it, as well as the garage doors.
And why did you want to document that?
During the review of Mr. O'Keefe's ring video, particularly the one above the garage that displays the driveway, on the 29th at approximately 5:07 a.m., Miss Reed's pulling her vehicle out of the garage door, backing up towards Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, and comes extremely close, if not slightly hitting the vehicle. So we wanted to at least go document that there was no damage to Mr. O'Keefe's car.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish that for the jury as far as what's been marked as Exhibit 6, video 153.
Okay.
Trooper Proctor, with regard to this ring video, how was this obtained, if you know?
So we first observed it through Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone on the Ring app, and then I wrote a search warrant for Ring itself.
And as far as the videos that you received from Ring, did they match what was on the, or what was viewable being the Ring app on Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone?
The videos on Mr. O'Keefe's app, yes, it was what Ring produced, matched.
So as far as any videos that were present that you received pursuant to the search warrant, or any videos that were not present, that was consistent with what you observed on Mr. O'Keefe's app on his phone?
Yes.
Now, Ms. Gilman, if you could press play through here. Now, Trooper with regard to this video, you've seen this before, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, at the point from this video, are you able to discern who the operator of that vehicle is?
Based off the attire, Miss Reed driving.
Now, with respect to when that vehicle, the defendant's vehicle, if you could, there's a laser pointer up there in front of you on the desk. If you could, I would just ask you to draw the jury's attention to what, if any, vehicles you observe in this video and whose vehicles you believe them.
So right there, it's Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle and Miss Reed's vehicle.
Now, as far as when those vehicles come close or come into contact with each other, as far as Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle is concerned, what, if anything, do you observe like on Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle at the time?
There's some snow you can see on the back window here, the bumper and the windows here is starting to be covered in snow.
And as far as when that vehicle comes close to or makes contact with Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, what, if anything, do you observe the snow to come off of the car at that point?
I do not know.
Now, with reference to the back area of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, specifically in the area of the ground, as far as that area on the ground, what, if anything, did you observe in reference to any red pieces or any pieces of taillight or plastic or glass or anything in that area that you observed on this video?
So this area here is, you can see the white snow. There's no red pieces of taillight, which would show up in the contrast of the white snow.
Please tell me if you could run it from there for a moment. Now, as far as the damage area that you were discussing previous that you observed in the January 29th in the Sally Port, February 1st in the Sally Port, and then the item that was just marked as evidence, what, if anything, do you observe in the right rear passenger side taillight area of the defendant's vehicle from this video?
You can see the inconsistent lighting. If you compare it to the left versus the right, there's a gap right there.
And for what you observed from that video, does that appear to be consistent with what you observed on January 29th at the Cont Police Department, February 1st, and in the item of evidence that was just marked?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Mr. Officer, we can have the lights back on. Thank you. Now, sir, you proceeded to One Meadows Ave for the first time on February 3rd. Is that correct?
Correct.
And Trooper Brent from Crime Scene was with you and took some photographs. Is that correct?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
And Trooper, I'm showing you a set of 10 photographs. Ask you to just view those, look up when you're finished. And Trooper, just generally speaking, do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Yes.
And what do you recognize them to be?
The first picture is the front door of Mr. O'Keefe's house, and it's also Mr. O'Keefe's Chevy Traverse.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'll seek to introduce and admit as the next 10 exhibit.
No objection.
Okay. 5:45 to 5:57. Thank you.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could just have permission to publish just a few of those photos for the jury.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 7752. Trooper Proctor, do you recognize what's up on the screen? It's now been marked as exhibit 546.
Yes, Mr. O'Keefe's Chevy Traverse vehicle.
And with respect to this particular foreground here, if you could describe to the jury what we're looking at there.
So that is Mr. O'Keefe's driveway. You see two garage doors there that lead into the house. And above those garage doors is the Ring camera.
Now, with respect to the rear of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, from your viewing of the video from Exhibit 6, from the Ring video, video number 153, if you could, using that laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to where it is on this vehicle that there's contact, if any, between Ms. Reed's vehicle and Mr. O'Keefe's.
It would have been in this general area here.
And as far as your observations on that date,
What's the, hold on.
Maybe approach, please.
Okay.
So what do you guys think, fam? With the trooper's testimony, have you changed your mind yet? Like, oh my goodness, he's so honest. What an honest police officer, the first of his kind. It's like, I don't even know where to begin. There's just so much lies and falsity and crap spewing out of his mouth at every second. I literally don't even know where to begin.
You are unmuted.
I legit don't know where to begin. It's painful. It's exhausting as to how much crap is coming out of this man's mouth.
We were in the driveway of Mr. O'Keefe's residence on February 3rd, 2022. You had occasion to make observations of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, is that correct?
Correct.
And what, if any, damage did you observe to the driver's side rear area of the vehicle?
I didn't observe any significant damage or any damage.
As far as the entirety of the vehicle, that was all photographed on that day by Trooper Brent, is that correct?
Yes,
And memorialized in those photographs that were just presented to you, is that correct?
correct.
As far as your observations on that day or in those photographs, what, if any, damage did you observe to Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle?
I did not observe any damage.
And Brooke Trump?
Yes.
So there's another 8 photographs that I placed before you. Have you had a chance to review those?
Yes, sir.
And do you recognize what's depicted in those 8 photographs?
Yes.
And what do you recognize those to be?
More photographs of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle as well as the garage doors.
Madam Mayor, approach.
Yes.
I'll proceed to introduce the next 8 exhibits.
No objection.
It's 555. Thank you.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish just a few of those to the jury as well.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 7779. And Trooper, do you recognize what's depicted on the screen now as exhibit 559?
Yes.
And if you could describe to the jury what we're looking at in 559.
The rear bumper area of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle,
That's the driver's side or the passenger side?
the driver's side.
And what, if any, damage did you observe in that area of the vehicle on February 3rd when you were there?
No damage.
Now, with respect, Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 7780. Next one, actually. And sir, do you recognize what's up on the screen and what's now been marked as exhibit 560?
Yes, those are the 2 garage doors of Mr. O'Keefe's house.
And what's contained up on that screen, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed in Mr. O'Keefe's garage doors on February 3rd?
Yes.
And with respect to those garage doors, what, if any, damage did you note or observe on those garage doors at any point when you were there on February 3rd?
I did not observe any damage to the garage doors.
Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Now, Trooper Proctor, subsequent dates following February 3rd, specifically February 8th, 11th, and 18th. Did you have occasion to return to 34 Fairview Road on those days?
I did.
And you had mentioned a little bit about sort of changes in the weather. What, if anything, sort of evolved as far as the weather was concerned between the dates of February 3rd when you were there and February 8th, 11th, and 18th?
Yeah, as I mentioned, the weather pattern had kind of fluctuated from 30 degrees up to 60 degrees with a handful of days of heavy rain mixed in. So that caused a lot of snow to melt as well.
And with respect to each of those respective days of February 8th, 11th, and 18th, what, if anything, did you observe or recover, you and the other troopers that were present on those days?
Yeah, it was further evidence that was originally buried under the snow because of the warm temperature and the rain and the snow melting kind of revealed itself. More pieces of plastic, clear and red.
Now, with respect to the residence at 34 Fairview Road, each of these times that you were at the residence, including February 3rd, where in relation to the house were these items observed and recovered by you and the other troopers on those respective days?
So if you're looking at 34 Fairview, looking at the front of the house, it's to the left side of the property, between like the flagpole and kind of the fire hydrant in that general area, the front and left of the property.
Now, with regard to these 3 subsequent dates, as far as February 8th, 11th, and 18th, these items that were observed and recovered on those dates, where were they in relation to the roadway? Where were they in relation to the hydrant, the flagpole, other sort of markers in the area?
I don't specifically remember exactly if they were around the flagpole, because the CERT team came and shoveled an area around. So that stuff had melted first because it was a lot less snow, and then they created more piles. But as far as the general area was by the flagpole and fire hydrant, it wasn't like on the other side of the property. It was in that general area.
And just with respect to those items, were they generally found, or were they specifically found either on the grass or the roadway area?
Grass area.
Asphalt or grass is basically what I'm asking.
I'm sorry, grass area.
And with regard to each of those items that were recovered on those 3 successive dates, as far as February 8th, 11th, and 18th, did you bring those items with you to court today as well?
I did.
May I approach, Ron?
Yes.
You recognize that bag, sir?
I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
It's an evidence bag containing 3 smaller evidence bags.
And with the court's permission, if you could.
Hold on a second.
Thank you.
My apologies.
Go ahead.
With the court's permission, may the witness remove the 3 smaller bags from the larger bag?
Yes.
Trooper, if I could just, in succession, if I could ask you to please open the bag with respect to February 8th first. And before you do that, I apologize again. With respect to that bag, what, if any, indication is there as to the contents there?
It says taillight, 1 large piece of plastic, color red, 1 small piece of red plastic, and 1 piece of black plastic. Located 34 Fairview Road, front lawn, left side.
Thank you, sir. If you could please remove those. Thank you, sir. You can place those back in the bag. I'm all to seek introducing this next exhibit.
No objection.
Okay. Exhibit 563.
Sir, if I could ask you just to retrieve the bag that's marked, retrieve the bag of items that were seized on February 11th. And if you could read.
Yeah, no, I'm on here twice.
Description is in regards to that evidence bag.
So it's 2 on the 11th. This one is described as glass fragments. Can't tell how many pieces. It's been taped over. The second bag from the 11th says 3 pieces of clear plastic, 5 pieces of red plastic.
And with the court's permission, may the witness remove those items from the back.
All right.
Smaller bag in here containing the glass. Cut that open as well.
I think that's sufficient.
All right, so Madam Clerk, are you moving to introduce it?
Yes.
Madam Court Reporter, any objection? We can go ahead and
I
open
want to
it.
object, but I don't know what's in that.
Go ahead and open it.
Yes, Your Honor. All right. These items appear to be just further on sealed up and wrapped up and
Do you want him to open every one, Mr. Jackson?
Yeah, approach.
Yes.
I just can't see that far.
All right, so
No,
go.
I
Michelle.
don't need a moment. No objection.
How many pieces are in there?
1, 2, 7.
The smaller bag will be 564.
Thank you.
The brown bag will be 564 and
Thank you.
containing 7 pieces.
And Trooper, if you could, the other bag from the 11th, if you could open that up and remove those items. Thank you, sir. If you could put those back in the back. Your Honor, call multiple seat introduced and admitted as the next exhibit.
It's 565.
And lastly, sir, with regard to the back from February 18th, again, if you could read to the jury what's indicated as far as the contents therein.
several pieces of red and clear plastic.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may the witness remove
Yes.
the items. Thank you, sir. If you could return those items to the back. And Your Honor, the Commonwealth is seeking to permit as an exhibit.
No objection.
Exhibit 566.
Here's the original bag.
Now, Trooper, with regard to each of those items from February 8th, 10th, and 11th, excuse me, forgive me, 8th, 11th, and 18th, those are all items that you recovered from the front lawn area of 34 Fairview Road. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what was just displayed to the jury is that essentially the condition that they were in when you recovered them on those respective dates.
Yes.
Now, if I could turn your attention just briefly regarding the search warrants in regard to the ring video from Mr. O'Keefe's house. Was that one search warrant or more than one search warrant that you did in respect to those ring videos?
There was a second search warrant for the ring videos for Mr. O'Keefe's house.
And if you recall, what was the general time frame that was asked for in that warrant as far as from what date to what date?
The second one, I believe, was January 30th to the 3rd or the 4th, I believe.
Was the first one essentially from the 24th to the 29th?
Yes.
Now, with respect to the video that you received in regard to the first search warrant to ring, what kind of information did you receive from Ring as far as what beyond sort of the video itself? What, if any, other information did you receive as far as accounts or activity or anything like that?
It was just confirming that the user account was under Mr. O'Keefe's email, and then there was an Excel file where you kind of have to transcribe. So each video has about a 17-digit number associated with it, unique identifier. You take that 17-digit number and you got to convert it using these Excel files to get the date and time.
Now, with respect to what you received pursuant to the search warrant from Ring, was there any kind of activity log? And what I mean by that, what, if any, information did you receive as far as what sort of devices or how many different devices were able to access that footage?
Yeah, I wasn't able to obtain a activity log of who was using the device, what device was accessing the system. Something, if someone logged in, was not provided with any record of who was logging in on what day or time.
Now, are you familiar with the term, just as far as videos are concerned, or electronic devices, what's referred to as a digital footprint?
Yes.
Now, with respect to some of these, or the Ring videos in totality that you received and that you also viewed pursuant to the app on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, were there certain time periods where you would have expected to see video in which there was no?
Yes.
And can you describe for the jury sort of when those time periods were?
So the Ring camera above Mr. O'Keefe's garage, pretty sensitive, so it does not have Miss Reed arriving back at Mr. O'Keefe's house around 12:30, 4 a.m. is approximately was when she should have arrived. The only video, there's a gap from approximately 11:45 p.m. on the 28th to about 5:07 a.m. on the 29th when Miss Reed's backing out. It never has her pulling into the garage. And there's also a second video of Miss Roberts, Miss McCabe, and Miss Reed looking at the broken taillight in the morning.
What, if any, follow-up or inquiry did you make of Ring in regard to those missing videos?
I inquired several different times as far as if a video is deleted, is there some type of a record?
That was his inquiry, but next question, I'll allow that.
Now, as far as that term that you used before, as far as a digital imprint, can you explain to the jury what you understand that term to mean?
Essentially, a digital footprint is if, a video is created, it's going to leave some type of a record in the archives.
And what, if any, information did you receive from Ring as far as their videos system is concerned in regard to a digital footprint?
Objection.
Not what anybody told you, but what you received.
That if a video is deleted,
Objection.
The objection sustained.
Move to strike.
I'm going to strike that.
Upon your further inquiry of Ring, were you ever able to obtain any video from those specific sections where you anticipated video would be?
no.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to January 16th, 2024. Do you recall that date?
I do not, sir.
At some point over the course of your investigation, were you made aware of forensic evidence in relation to the taillight housing that was introduced earlier as an exhibit?
Yes.
And with respect to that, at some point, did you have occasion to meet with a Sergeant Brian Gallerani of the Needham Police Department?
Yes.
And where was that?
In the DA's office.
And who, if anyone else, involved in this investigation as far as yourself, was Sergeant Bukhenik with you there as well?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did Sergeant Gallerani do with respect to yourself and Sergeant Bukhenik on that date in January of 2024?
Sergeant Buchanan and I voluntarily provided our DNA for comparison testing.
And again, taking me to my next point, that was a voluntary decision that both you and Sergeant Bukhenik made as far as availing yourself or availing of that particular test.
Correct.
And as far as the testing or this, do you know how that was, or can you describe for the jury sort of how that sample was collected or how it was conducted?
Essentially, it's just a swab of the mouth under the tongue with like it's basically just like a little pad on a stick, and you get swabbed, and that's how the DNA or saliva is collected.
And as far as those samples that were collected from both yourself and Sergeant Bukhenik on that particular day, where did they go from there as far as you know?
It was my understanding went to the Bodie lab in Virginia.
And I'm sorry, what I should have asked just prior to that, as far as when they left from the room that you were in with Sergeant Gallerani, did you take those swabs, or did Sergeant Gallerani take those swabs,
No.
or where did they go?
Sergeant Gallerani took possession of those items.
Thank you, sir. Now, sir, with reference, over the course of your investigation, you interviewed a number of different witnesses, correct?
Yes.
And from the witnesses that you, were there witness interviews that were conducted outside of your presence in the sense that you weren't there for those particular witness interviews?
Yes.
And each of the interviews that you're aware of, whether they were conducted by you or outside of your presence, were done, with the exception of the currents, done with more than one trooper present, correct?
Correct.
Now, with respect to those witness interviews that you were present for, From the witnesses that you spoke with, along with other troopers that were present with you, who, if any, of those witnesses had you met, or did you know prior to the interview that you conducted?
Yeah, so all the witnesses that I had interviewed, the only individuals that I know or had met prior to this investigation was Julie, Chris Albert, and Colin Albert.
And how is it that you knew Julie Albert, Christopher Albert, and Colin?
So my sister, Courtney, her friend growing up, Jillian's sister's Julie. My sister got to know Julie Albert, Julie Daniels is her maiden name, through her friend Jillian. Julie married Chris Albert. So my sister got to know Chris through Jillian and Julie. And then years down the road, my sister had Julie babysit my nephew. Julie would come from time to time and pick up my nephew from school. So that's how they kind of became friendly. And on occasion, they would be over my sister's house or at my parents' backyard, Julie and Chris and their kid Colin. And I would happen to be there.
Let me ask it this way: as far as where did you grow up?
Canton.
And did you graduate from Canton High School?
Yes.
And as far as any of the witnesses that you interviewed, even the Alberts that you were just talking about, Christopher, Julie, and Colin Albert, were they around the same ages as you or went to high school with you at the same time?
No.
How much older than you would Julie and Chris Albert?
At least 10 years.
And as far as Colin Albert, what's the age difference between yourself and him?
At least 20.
Fair to say around this time of January 2022, do you know how old Colin was or what level of school he was at that point?
Is senior in high school, I believe.
Is that something that you learned through this investigation or something that you knew independently?
Something I learned through this investigation.
Now, obviously you grew up in Canton and your sister did as well?
Yes.
And your sister's name is Courtney, is that correct?
Correct.
And what is the age difference between yourself and your sister Courtney?
She's 2 years older than me.
And how close are you and your sister?
She's probably one of my best friends. We talk about 5-6 times a day about anything and everything as far as like mostly our children.
And she has, how many children does your sister have?
She's got 2.
And about how old are they?
10 and 7.
And you have children as well?
I do.
And how old are they?
2 and 4.
Now, with respect to the conversation that you have with your sister about 5 or 6 times a day, how do you have those conversations? Is it via voice call or in person or text, or if you know?
Everything, FaceTime, phone calls, text messages. We're always kind of keeping each other up to date on mainly our kids.
Now, as far as Julie and Christopher Albert, when did you interview them in relation to this incident?
Sometime in February. I'd have to look at my report for the exact date.
Sometime in, say, early to mid-February?
Yes.
And with respect to them, who, if anyone else, was present with you when you interviewed?
Sergeant Bukhenik.
And do you recall where the interview took place?
Yes, it was at their home.
Now, prior to this date that you went over to interview Christopher and Julie Albert, had you ever been over to that house before?
No.
Had you ever been over to any home where Christopher and Julie Albert had resided then or previously prior to that date?
No.
Had Christopher or Julie Albert, to your knowledge, ever been over to your house?
No.
Now, with respect to Christopher and Julie Albert, and Colin Albert, will throw him in there as well, how would you sort of describe your relationship with them prior to January 29th, 2022?
I'd classify it as acquaintances.
All right. Mr. Lally, why don't we take our luncheon break?
You are muted.
All right, folks. Looks like we are muted. Once again, it is time for a lunch break. What do you guys think so far, huh? Kind of wild, don't you think? Trooper Proctor coming in. I don't know if he's going to be there through Thursday. I really hope so, because I was really hoping to be in the courtroom for his testimony. It may or may not happen. I'm going to be happy either way. You know, whoever's going to be testifying next. The only thing that irks me is if Auntie Bev is going to have the jury excused and turn Thursday into a voir dire day. But I guess we'll find out at the end of day today. So this stream is going to be terminated, and we will resume in my other stream, which you all are going to be pushed into in a few seconds as soon as I close this one out. And we will see you all at 1:30 after lunch. Bye, everybody.